right, welcome. Welcome to the Delphi Friday night fact-finding mission. Prof Show, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. And we're going to get into it. Apologize for the delay. You know, it's just extremely difficult to get here in front of this camera, but welcome everyone. And we are here for now and hope everything's going well. Wow, Friday. How was it? How was the Thanksgiving yesterday? Did everyone have a good one? Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone, belated. And I should say Merry Christmas, because next up is Christmas time, right? Christmas time is here. So welcome everyone. I'm still not feeling well. So those of you asking, no, I'm not feeling well. I seem to have pulled something in my neck. So I'm still having a little issue there, but it's very good to see you all. Let me say hello to everyone, and we'll get into the show. Like I said, we're running on a wing and a prayer now, so that's what's up. But welcome everyone. I want to say hello to those who were here early, so let's get into that first. Okay, we got Brenda Mace. Oh, but yeah, she says I'm like number 12. So that reminds me, everyone, please hit the like before we get started. Please go hit the like. Would appreciate that. All right. So, KCL World, Jimmy Jam 1974. What's up? And Tracy Fleetwood, Chris O's, Teresa, David Rogers, Mary Martin, Sean Stewart. Glad I found this channel a couple weeks ago. The amount I've learned from the prof about this case in just 14 days is staggering. I didn't realize how little I knew. Thank you. And that's something we're going to get into. You cannot make this shit up with this case. Guess what? If you guys think you know anything about it now, just wait. The next month is going to be absolutely mind-blowing. Promise you. Welcome, Jesse Lynn. Ninja Warrior Assassin. Okay, Squatchman. Linda Garris. Scales of Injustice. All right. Crystal Blue Persuasion. All right. Donnie Pitbull Kuntz. All right. Digital, welcome in. And Miss K. Miss K advises all that winter is here, stay safe and warm. Yeah, we're in the middle of a, well, we've had some snow. We've had a couple days of snow. And I now know that the East Coast is getting it. So, Icy Cat, welcome. All right, Miss K, welcome. Pam Sheehan, welcome. Meow Meow, welcome. Missouri Mima of 9, welcome. Right, and Tinkerbell, welcome, and KLL, and hey, all you lurkers, stop lurking and join the chat. I know the troll farm is extremely interested in every word that I have to say and comment on the entire internet because they follow me around, making sure to screenshot every comment. So, Grandma Shark, what's up from Ohio? All right, Lewis, what's up, Lewis and Jenny 33. All right, Heavy Metal Rehab, what's up with you? Shelly Klein, hello. All right. I already said hi, Icy Cat, but I'll say hi again. Judy Hathaway. Criminal Network, what's up? I am Juror number 9, and I'm a Capricorn. Sean Stewart. All right. Sharon Epperson. All right. We'll mostly be listening today. Was replay crew yesterday, and I hope you're feeling better. Trying to, but damn this neck. That's how you know you're getting old, when you start pulling muscles. Right. Jesse Lynn Oleg Cat, hello to you. Aaron Town, hello to you. Very early morning from Norway. And hello 11. Starlight Synchronicity, welcome to you. Okay. I'll allow it from Canada, welcome. Okay, Bishop from Wales, welcome from Wales. Take it easy. Yeah, I'm trying to take it easy, but have to put my arm down somewhere, and that's the problem. It's no comfortable position. Anybody go Black Friday shopping? Actually, I'll tell you guys about a little something in a minute. Okay, Smoking Joe in the house for you. Thank you, Smoking Joe. Nella Bella says, it's so cold down south. At least you guys up north have your Carhartt jackets. Down here, we don't have coats or pants. What? All right. All right, Fabby Lash. What's up, Fabby Lash? Deborah. What's up, Deborah? Cole Horton from Arizona. What's up? Okay, Plain Iron. Jenny Grohl from Chicago. All right. That's what I get for going to the mountains. You mean the snow? Yeah. Snow comes in the winter. Come on, man. I can't put that on the screen. Quantum Brain, welcome. Wet farts and dry dreams. Well, that's just a nightmare. Come on, man. Get with the program. Black Friday shopping is for crazy people. Yeah, but I'll tell you what I have going here, because I will be asking you for some support, extra support this month, and I'll tell you why. But just a moment. Let's see. Into the Void. Watch the helicopter footage you posted. Everyone needs to watch it. Yes, 14th. Everyone needs to watch that helicopter footage in that quality that I posted. Realize this: no one else on the entire YouTubes has posted it in the original quality from the original source, but I have. Okay, so you need to watch the version that I posted, because those of you claiming you see things in the water that you don't, just realize you have to look at it in the highest quality to see clearly. Okay. We don't have long pants. Oh, I see. What's up, Chris A? Okay. All right. So just a moment. Okay. Now, all right. Which video was fantastic? All right. So let's see if I can start to get some things together for you. Let's see. Yeah, I'm really not feeling good. I hate to rain on your parade. Happy Friday, but I'm not the neck is killing me. All right, let's see if I got this together yet. Let's see. I'll try to upload this one. All right, what's up, Mark Ellis? Happy Friday to you. Welcome in. Oh, the drone of the creek. Thank you. I did that too. Those of you who don't know about that, I did some drone recording in Delphi. And one of the videos, I go all across the bridge. I go around the private drive, and then I double back down the creek, over the crime scene, and over back to the bridge, so you can see the whole area. What is that one called? That one's called something like, let me see, Frozen in Time. Okay, Frozen in Time. So you can go find a video on my channel called Frozen in Time, the Delphi murders Frozen in Time. And the most amazing thing about that shot, I want you guys to realize that's literally a 10-minute uh, that's a 10-minute drone flight, uninterrupted, no splicing. So it's a continuous, unedited drone shot. And I'm very proud of that piece of footage. So those of you interested in checking it out, I'll put it here. Let's see. All right. There you go. That one right there is the Delphi Murders Frozen in Time. It's my 10-minute unedited continuous drone shot from the bridge all over to the private drive, Weber property, across the creek, down to the crime scene, and on back. And it's really beautiful. Really beautiful. All right. Deborah, thank you for the $10 super chat. Deborah, thank you for your continued dedication to the girls and the truth. That's why we're here, and I want to talk about that in just a bit. Thank you, Deborah, but I do want to talk about that because we have a lot of new viewers here. Let's see, David Rogers, did you score your own soundtrack? For some of those videos, but not for that one. For that one, that I believe is host. Maybe it's Mars, Bringer of War from the Planets. One of those from the Planets, I believe I put on that. Oh, Tracy Freeman has problems in her neck. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, lay your arm. All right. Okay, Rose Howard, welcome. All right. Shelly Klein says, Prof, did you hear of 3 massive fires within the last 2 weeks in Rushville, Kokomo, and Peru? No, I haven't. But you know, the insane Delphi criminal element, by that mean the killers of Abby and Libby and all the other kids in the fucking state, they love setting fires. They love killing people and setting fires. They predate on kids. Okay, and I do want to speak about that. So just a moment. Let's see. Dude, I have so much to say. Don't give a F who don't like it. I left that town for a reason, and my brother said in Westville so much. I'd like to PM you. Well, please, Sabrina, email me. Email me. Thank you, Sabrina. Tam says, hello, Prof, and everyone. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. We did. Hope you did, too. Well, I'm not going to lie. I didn't. You guys will never believe. I've been so effed. I got food poisoning yesterday, and there's a reason for that. But basically, you want to hear something really gross? I ate bad pie. It's not a joke. I ate bad pie, and boy, did I pay for it. It's a long story. Yeah, bad pumpkin pie. Bad pumpkin pie. Oh, it was I was suffering yesterday. So terrible Thanksgiving for Prof. But today I feel much better, except for the neck. All right. Katie Dyer, welcome. Hope you get to feeling better. I will, for sure. All right. Shelly, was anyone hurt? Yeah, that's right. That's right. I want to know that too. What's up, Texas Lady 1025? Texas Lady 1025, welcome back in. Good to see you. Bad pie. I'm not lying. I'll tell you the story, okay? Really quickly, then we'll get into serious business. Okay. Starlight Synchronicity says, oh no, food poisoning crap. Yeah. What's up, woman doing? Woman doing? Why didn't you bring me you should have brought me a nice sweet potato pie. All right. Yeah, woman doing should have came over with a sweet potato pie, and I would not have poisoned myself. So I almost offed myself, but I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how in a second. Let's see. Okay. I will put, some of them do have my own compositions. If you go through all my drone videos, some of them I do. Like, for instance, there's one called, I don't know, the Wilson Bridge. There's one called The Beauty of Colorado. Uh, I did all the music for those. I did all the music for a few, several of them I did the music for. So enjoy them, please. Thank you. I spoke with a family member, 65-year-old defense attorney. He's been listening to the podcast, not YouTube channels, but podcasts. He looked at me and said, without a doubt, Richard Allen is guilty. Yeah, well, it depends on if he listened to murder shits, he would be saying that. That's what I want to get into. So just a minute. It sounds like a bad movie. Yeah. Yeah. Bad adult film is a bad pie. Yeah. What's up, L'Oreal? We had pumpkin. Oh no. I wish I would have had some. Your uncle's probably a mason. Boom. Shakalaka. All right. Prof, there's an old case out of Maine from years ago. They railroaded a man, and it's uncomfortably similar as far as how they went about it. 12-year-old girl, past name Cherry, I believe. Interesting. Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving, y'all. Shit. I'll tell you what happened to me. Okay. Here's what happened in the quickest version. Um, Moonbeam 70s child. Welcome. Welcome. Okay. I made the pie. That's what I'm saying, Ninja. I messed myself up here. And the troll farm's going. They're gonna go nuts and say that obviously, I'm a retard because I made a bad pie and I made myself sick, and they're gonna have a field day with it. But I don't give a shit. Listen, what happened is about a week ago. About a week ago, I made a I made from scratch organic pumpkin pies, and I made such a huge bowl of it, such a huge batch that I had more than enough to fill two pie shells. I had two deep dish pie shells. So a week ago, I made two of them, and it took me the whole 2 weeks to eat, or the whole week to eat them. Two pies. So day before yesterday, I figured I'd make the rest of the batch that I had froze. So I'd taken that pumpkin mixture and I had sealed it up in a container and put it in the freezer, froze it, solid like a brick. So day before yesterday, I took that out, I let it defrost, and I said, what I'll do, I'll go get two more pie shells and I'll make it. So that's what I did. And everything looked fine when it defrosted. I smelled it; it smelled just perfect and fine. And I baked the pies and I let them cool overnight. And then yesterday, before we even had hardly any food, one of the first things I did in the morning, or in the middle of the day, before I ate a meal, I ate one little slice of that pie. I said before I give it to the kid, I better try it just to be safe. So I cut one little slice of the pie, and I had just one little slice, not even a huge slice, just a little slice, a tiny little triangle. And I ate it, and sure enough, like within an hour or two, it was over. Oh, it was over with. So what happened is both those pies went in the garbage, and we ate Thanksgiving dinner later than anticipated. Yeah, Jesus. And it took me most of the day to recover from that. Okay. Right. Hey, what's up, Plain Iron? Thank you for the super chat. Great live, and hope you get to feeling better. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But thank you for the super chat. That's very nice of you. Thank you. I'm in my 40s and never had food poisoning. I'll tell you the worst I ever had. The worst I ever had was in Mexico. Yeah, Mexico. And here's why I was stupid. It was a stupid decision. It was stupid because I already knew um, that in Mexico you don't get the water. You don't drink the water. So I knew that. So I wasn't drinking the water. And one day, because I lived in Mexico for a little, and so about a month in, or maybe 3 weeks in, I believe at the time this was in Mexico City, if I remember correctly, if I'm not misremembering. But I got invited out to eat at a pizza joint with some friends. So we went out, got the pizza, and like an idiot, I ordered a salad. uh, well, mistake was the salad because I mean I was punished for 2 or 3 days. Yeah, Mexico. Um, and that's my story. That's my story. But luckily, I was very lucky. I'll tell you this much. Um, while I was in Mexico City, the person I was living with was a doctor, an MD. So luckily, he had all the goods. So he had what you call prescriptions without a prescription. So the minute he saw that I was sick, he made sure within an hour I had a whole handful of pills. So true story, though. Yeah, it was, that was the worst food poison. I've still never had it that bad in my life. Never had it that bad in my life. The salad in Mexico City, that's what got me. Yeah, that was really horrible. Right. All right, let's see what we got here. Difference between California and Indiana is that I want my cocaine as white as Indiana, melting pot all my life in California. Indiana is deeply rooted in the Masons, the KKK, known as the Good Old Boys. The Good Old Boys of Indiana. The conviction of Richard Allen, brought to you by the Good Old Boys of Indiana. Oh, look, Greg Hughes investigates says, hey guys, I just got done blocking anybody that doesn't agree with my theories or ever said a sentence that challenged my closed minded viewpoints. And, uh, and I call Prof a bad actor. I call Prof a bad actor. So I got something to say to you, Greg Hughes. Um, warnings, warning, warnings. um, all right. So you guys talking about your medical problems. I'm just going to skip over that too. Uh, Starlight synchronicity. I got food poisoning in Mexico too. Not good, but I've been maybe 20 times. Only got sick once. I've been several times, and many. I've lived there for many months. So, a long time, almost a year. Only got it once from that damn salad, and I mean, I had plenty of horchata, plenty of jamaica, plenty of mole, and all kind of other shit that it contains water, but it was that tossed salad. Telling you, you got to stay away from those Mexican salads. Exactly. My Chihuahua died, so I was hoping I could harass listeners for $3,000 so I can buy a new one. Montezuma's Revenge. Yeah, it got me. It got me. Yeah. What's up, glitched? Yeah. No, it's true. But like I said, yeah, it was washed in the water. Obviously, that's what I'm getting at. Obviously, they had taken this salad and trying to do the right thing, they washed it and served it to me. Oof. Okay. Mark says for Christmas dinner, I'll buy the pies. please. But I'd prefer this time. I think I'm burned out on pumpkin pies for at least a year after this episode. So I will want sweet potato pies. Okay. Okay. Greg Hughes. What's up, Sinbar from Carroll County? Well, I better hide your kids, hide your wife. All right. Great pubes in Mexico will get you coli. It's called a dirty Sanchez. Are you guys racist? All right. All right. So here's what I want to get into, because we have a lot of new listeners. So look, this is the point at which I make everyone mad, but it's okay to make everyone mad, because guess what? These people are losing their fucking minds lately, and I really can't tell you why. I really can't tell you why, because there should be no reason at all. You got to think these people got what they want, which is the conviction of Richard Allen. So it's pretty interesting that these people are losing their fucking minds. You know what I mean? They're losing their fucking minds. The harassment level is truly off the charts. It truly is off the charts. So we're going to be talking about that. Okay, I want to be talking about that. I'm Mexican and Russian, aka Beaner Schnitzel. What? Hey, look, everybody go subscribe to here Criminal Network. He's got really awesome documentaries, so to speak, uh, videos that are feature-length videos that are good videos. So please go subscribe to good old Criminal Network. I come here to see what's new with the nutters. I prefer my listeners who have very low IQs and just toe the line of Ellie and the railroads. Great pubes, ladies and gentlemen. This is for your Christmas pies. Thank you, Mark. Oh, that's a blessing. Thank you, Mark. Well, listen, I'm going to make sure that I go get a Patty LaBelle sweet potato pie from Walmart because there's no more freezing. I don't know what it was. I don't know. Why could I not? What's wrong with freezing the pumpkin pie mixture? I mean, come on. But I'm telling you, yesterday was horrible. But what was nice, but I shook it by dinner time. So I was able to have Thanksgiving dinner and I kind of like was able to stomach it. But the whole day was just shot. I actually planned on doing a show yesterday, a Thanksgiving show for you guys. Didn't work out because of that. They know he shouldn't have been convicted. They are terrified. Thank you, Mark. They're even more suspicious now that they won't stop even after they got. That's what I mean. Okay, so here's where I gotta talk. Okay. He does. I'm on Brother Cian's channel. Yeah, see what I mean? See what I mean? He makes feature-length compilation type of videos that are worth watching. Trust me. I mean, don't go watch Great Pubes. Watch Criminal Network. All right. All right. So all right. So what am I saying? Okay. Let's see. Okay. So this is for all of you new, because I know there's a lot of new folks that have just come into Delphi. First, let me say this: those of you new to Delphi, it's complicated. Okay, it's complicated, but I'll try to make this as simple as possible because it is so complicated. And like one of the viewers was saying, there's so much you don't know, you don't even realize that you don't know. But keep in mind, we've easily got 1,000 hours of content on this channel. With by that I mean I don't know, I don't even know, hundreds of 3-hour lives, plus going over every detail of this case. And it's very interesting how this whole thing has really worked out, because what we actually find has worked out is that the absolute lowest common denominator, stupidest story narrative that's been the basic bullshit, gaslight, lying narrative since day one is the narrative they stuck with for the trial and the prosecution of Richard Allen. And amazingly, against all logic and odds, that narrative was able to produce a guilty verdict from 12 jurors. So we are all basically pretty much flabbergasted. We're astonished that uh, with all that is known, like you guys probably don't realize all that is truly known. With all that is truly known, it's absolutely incredible that there was anything even close to a guilty verdict. And I say that in all seriousness because when you begin to understand all of the third party evidence that has surfaced over the years, all of the admissions of guilt, all of the families' inconsistencies and lies over the years about the happenings of those days, um, all of the shit uh, involved in this case, how there's this mountain of evidence. It's just absolutely mind blowing that anything like a unanimous verdict was reached in the guilty area. Because if anything, we anticipated a unanimous not guilty verdict, but what we mostly assumed would happen would be a hung jury. We pretty much figured that's the absolute most likelihood was going to be a hung jury resulting in a mistrial. That's what we figured was going to be the outcome of this. So it's pretty astonishing to most people that that this jury came to a unanimously guilty verdict. 12 individuals. It's just absolute mind blowing. When you understand all of the previous 7 years of facts that have come out about this case, when you understand the absolute weaknesses and weakness of the prosecution's case, and and the various aspects of discovery that the defense was going to bring out, but oddly enough, didn't. That's something that's kind of uh, has a lot of us a little confused. Is why nothing came forward or further from the defense. But what we think about at this point is that there's absolutely going to be a compelling appeal that will overturn this. But we want to say, and I want to make it clear, as far as I'm concerned, this is not all about Richard Allen, okay? Because at the end of the day, the truth about Abby and Libby is what we want to arise as justice for Abby and Libby, not the bloodthirst railroading of any one man. We want the entire truth about what happened to Libby and Abby to provide that justice for Libby and Abby. And the reason we're here is we don't really believe that that's been served. So, so what's complicated about this? Well, what we find interesting here, and what you need to know as a newcomer into this case, is there's a very clear dividing line. It's not, if you want to understand the whole social dynamic and the creator sphere of what's going on in people discussing out here in the real world these deaths and in this case, you need to understand this extremely simple. Okay, it's very, very simple. You basically have the pro prosecution, or what I call the guilters, the pro guilty, the prosecution um, contingent, and then you have the due process contingent, which are those of us who are critical thinkers. We believe that we've seen absolute an unhinged attack on this man, and that the result that you've seen and what led to this guilty verdict were confessions that were coerced out of him by torture, by psychological breakdowns, and by forced medication. So you had like a simultaneous coming together of several different strands that created this catastrophe. Um, that being that you have an individual who's being threatened with death, okay, whose family was being threatened with death, who was being threatened with harm, who was constantly being threatened. He was placed in an environment which was extremely distressing. On top of that, he started to undergo a psychological break, and there were medications involved. And then on top of all of that, you have the unhinged fucking psychologist whose name is Monica Walla, who was fucking around in every Delphi group online, okay, on YouTube, on Facebook, in Reddit, and in Discord. And she was going back with all of that gossip and party time she was having around this discussion, and she was bringing it to her client Richard Allen, okay, feeding him information and coercing confessions out of him. So at the end of the day, what you got was you got this coming together of several strands of unfortunate circumstances that led to a number of confessions. Okay. Now, when you look at the case as far as the evidence that the state had, it was extremely weak. It was basically non-existent. Okay. It was, and we're going to be getting into that tonight. That's the purpose of the show. We're going to be on a fact-finding mission. Okay. Well, because there was this extreme lack of any compelling evidence, everything was circumstantial and tenuous at best. These confessions were extremely important because without them, there was absolutely no way there would have been a successful conviction. And this was known. Okay, this had to be known. So that's why there was this insidious plan that was put into motion to coerce these confessions. And I believe it wasn't just for confessions. I believe the objective was to coerce a plea deal. Okay, so if you really want to know my innermost thoughts, I think that the objective was to force a plea deal. And the confessions were the result of that objective. In other words, they tried to force a plea deal. That never worked. But in the process, they got these confessions due to the circumstances that I described. So what you have to understand is the way that we are looking at it, for the most part, is that you have two contingents. You have a contingent of people, and it's the minority. You know, I would say 25%, 30%. So about a third of people, they're bloodthirsty. They they are what Rick Snake calls bootlickers. Basically, they just want to support the prosecutor at all cost. And in my opinion, it was because they were always afraid to be wrong. Okay, and some of them are actually paid to do what they do, to be PR. There's a PR contingent among them, and so the way that I've gone about doing it is I basically divided these two groups into this group of people who's over on this side, who I call the troll farm. Okay, now I call it the troll farm because it's a funny term. Okay, trying to interject some humor into something that's really not humorous. This troll farm are all of these creators who absolutely declared that he's guilty, although they have no way of knowing. How would they ever know if this man is guilty of the murders of Abby and Libby? There's absolutely no evidence that proves so. There's no forensic evidence. For instance, there's zero DNA at all. There's zero digital evidence at all. There's zero photographic evidence at all. There's zero witness testimony at all. Okay, there's nothing. The few things that they do have appear to be inconclusive or planted. Okay, meaning the bullet that they use as indicative of his guilt, the bridge guy imagery from the phone, whatever it's tenuous at best again, and then to bootstrap that, they got the confessions, okay, that were coerced in an attempt to get a plea deal. So you see what I'm getting at here? That it's almost no evidence. They have absolutely no way of knowing if he's guilty or not. But you've got an entire contingent. Um, and as I said, some of them are paid. Some of them are likely involved parties, meaning they were either involved in a situation that led to the deaths of the girls, or they are related or somehow involved in the meth trade or the pedophilia that involves or that's involved in this, because it's truly my opinion that this case involves some pedophilia intersecting the meth world. This case is hitting right at the intersection of pedophilia and methamphetamine trafficking. And so it's pretty odd. Okay, it's pretty odd. So I believe you have this contingent, and I call them Troll Farm. And it's because it's a PR campaign, there are people from large YouTube channels who are part of it, people from a number of small YouTube channels who are part of it, and there are a bunch of Reddit moderators. Okay, so people who have gone into Reddit solely to control the narrative in the Reddit groups. Same with Facebook. A bunch of Facebook moderators, people have gone into Facebook solely to control the narrative. Okay, so you've got that sort of structure there that I call Troll Farm. So when I say Troll Farm, what I'm talking about is that entire structure that's formed there to control this narrative of the Delphi murders. Now, on this other side, you got everyone else, which are the people who are looking at this evidence and saying, like, I don't know, you ain't got nothing. Like, you ain't got no DNA. The DNA you do have is male, and it belongs to someone else, at least one other, maybe two. Okay, but the DNA you got, it doesn't belong to this accused. Okay, we also look at it and say every one of those confessions was produced under duress, so they're invalid. Okay, they don't have a substantial basis. We also look at things like the timeline and see all the anomalies over the years, so we question the timeline. We also look at these bullet forensics, which are junk science, non-existent fantasy world. We'll be getting into that tonight, so we discount that. So you ain't got nothing there. You don't have anything digitally. The photograph that's alleging to be that of Richard Allen, as that you might know as Bridge Guy, it's a complete fabrication. The original is almost indecipherable. The witnesses never describe Richard Allen. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. They merely describe a large male dressed in all black who was muscular, who they believe could have been the guy that was filmed as Bridge Guy. They don't describe a short male dressed in blue. I'm sorry about that. All right. Um, so we got no witnesses describing him, but they seem to be describing someone else. We don't even have proof at this point that this Bridge Guy anomaly or phantom or figure has anything to do with the murders. It's always been an assumption on the part of law enforcement that this Bridge Guy character has something to do with the murders. We still don't necessarily believe that. The greatest indicator that someone has something to do with the murders in that footage is the voice, because there is a voice that is recorded, although it's at a whisper volume, saying down the hill. There's some suspicion that perhaps the person whose voice is captured saying down the hill had some sort of involvement in a situation that led to their deaths. It's believed by those who actually saw this video in the courtroom that figure on the bridge is not the figure or the human being who provided, or the male figure who provided the audio that says down the hill. So there's a lot to it. But I guess I'm getting an extremely long-winded explanation for you that you've got a clear dividing line. You've got two contingents. You've got the troll farm, which are all of these guilters, and then you've got everyone else. Now, what's interesting, these people in this box here on this side that make the troll farm, they're harassers, okay? They're stalkers. A large number of them hide behind fake accounts, okay? So it's the most odd thing that what they'll do, they come out and they say, Prof's a pedophile, Prof's a pedophile protector, Prof's a chomo, Prof's a baby killer protector. So, and then they'll say, let's say if I let my hair down, okay, if I let my hair down, then they'll put pictures. Prof looks like a woman because he has long hair, you know. So Prof's a pedophile. Prof looks like a woman. Prof is a baby killer protector. Or they'll go over to any of these in the comment section here in the chat, and they'll say, "Oh, you're protecting a baby killer. You're protecting a baby killer. You're protecting pedophiles." There's just a same old thing. 75% of them hide behind fake accounts. They're always behind a sock account. Okay, they're always behind the fake accounts. They never show their faces. Okay, so you've got the 75% of them who do that. Okay, then you've got the 25% who are actually big time creators, and some of them small time creators. So you've got a handful of creators who do show their faces because that's part of the game. You have to show your faces to do these videos. So you've got a handful of these people. Yeah, they will do the showing of the face. Okay. But those aren't the ones who will say, you're a pedophile, you're a pedophile protector, you're a baby killer protector. What they do, they come at you with all of the gaslighting and the bullshit narrative points. And we're going to be looking at some of those tonight. Okay, so they come at you with everything that's absolutely a logical fallacy, nonsensical. It's not logical. It's timelines that don't make sense. It's evidence that's unsubstantiated. It's gaslighting ass narratives. It's timelines that are just flimsy at best. It's conclusions that are drawn from a lack of evidence, not an abundance of evidence. From a lacking of logic, not a clear result of logic. Okay, so imagine that you're dealing with a contingent of people, all of whom say this guy is guilty, and the FBI and the Carroll County cops and the judge and the prosecutor, they're all awesome. Okay, and all of you love a baby killer, and you protect pedophiles, and that's all of talking points. Okay, that's the 25%. And the other 75%, are the little minions, the flying monkeys. They hide behind fake accounts. They terrorize the community. That's why I call them the domestic terrorists of Indiana. Okay, because they what they do is every single day they'll go and find pictures of everyone's families. They'll go and find your house. They'll go and find your former employers. They'll go and find your children. They'll go and any old pictures of you that look goofy. They'll take pictures. They'll Photoshop. They'll do all kind of shit. Okay, they'll do all kind of shit. It's all harassment. So they will day in, day out. They harass, stalk, harass. They do in-person stalking. They do cyber stalking, harassment. That's the 75% of the bad actors called the troll farm. Okay. Now, imagine how clear that is, that you have a clear division. You have half of the people over here on this side that are troll farm, that are harassers and stalkers and repetitive and gaslighting. They never address the points. They only do the like ad hominem attacks. So it's never about point for point for point for point. It's always about you attack women, you love baby killers, you're a pedophile protector, you're this, you're that. Okay, that's your guilters. And so when you're coming into Delphi, you have to understand that you're going to see something that you've probably never seen before. Probably never have seen anything like this, where it's worse than politics. Because in politics you have things like this. In politics you have like the hardcore Republicans, the hardcore Democrats, and then you have the middle ground people who kind of they oscillate between, and they try to figure out what's going on, and people tend to switch sides fairly regularly. Say like you might have some libertarians who go over to Republicans. Sometimes they go over to Democrats. You have the independents that go over. You have like more of like a third, and a third, or something. You have like some sort of dynamics in that situation politically. Now, just imagine how heated and hateful politics are. Okay, so imagine coming into Delphi Murders and not realizing that Delphi Murders is exponentially more polarized and radicalized, okay, and divided than your political sphere. It's absolutely mind-boggling. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Okay, it's unnatural. It's to the point of unnatural. Okay, so when you come into YouTube, so this is just my long-winded monologue for you guys who are new to the case. Okay, when you come into Delphi Murders on YouTube, you might not realize at first that there is a bifurcated, extreme, polarized uh, community here. Okay, you got half who are troll farmers. They are the half who believe Richard Allen is guilty, and they've worked for 2 years to terrorize the community into achieving having everyone get silent and allow them to railroad Richard Allen. Then you've got the other half over here who are just more so the normal crowd who are looking at this evidence, trying to weigh the evidence, trying to debate it and logically discuss it. Um, and and we're reflecting upon this insanity and for instance, you look at someone like me. When I came into Delphi, Richard Allen was not a known figure yet. Okay, when I came into Delphi, Richard Allen was not arrested yet. Okay, so I came into Delphi before there was a Richard Allen. Um, I came into Delphi and I was looking around and I was saying, So my logic was like this: either a lone wolf predator like this bridge guy figure did this to these girls, or like the community says and word on the street says and all the evidence from the locals say, it's a group of people that were involved in a meth involved situation, likely involving a large number of the Kokomo crew and some bikers and meth dealers. Because for years, Raffi, Sonny Justice, uh, Mindshock, uh, True Crime Design, all of these channels uh, misbehaved. There's so many channels who were looking at everything the community was bringing forward. Okay, because what we were doing, we were looking at what is the community saying? What is the community saying? And you know what the community was saying? Garrett Kurtz and Ashley Garth and Keegan Klein and a whole bunch of motherfuckers with Ron Logan killed these girls, covered it up. The family allowed it, and the whole community is hiding this fact to protect the underground economy or the criminal underworld, as Alex Voorhees puts it. That's what people thought for years. Okay. Now, then Keegan Klein gets arrested. He starts talking. What do I mean he starts talking? Well, he starts talking to inmates. He starts talking to people on the outside over the telephone. And what is he saying? He's saying similar things. He's saying him and his father were involved with some other guys. Okay. So what did we all think? We thought, well, the word must be true. It has to be this group of guys involving one of the Kleins at a minimum. Which one? Who knows? It has to be this group of guys and one of the Kleins. Ron Logan knew about it. A bunch of meth was going down that weekend. And what happened? These girls got involved in a situation, whether catfished out there by Klein or one somebody Klein had given information to, or whether just stumbling into it. Something was going down over there, and this shit happened, and this group predated on these girls. Okay. Well, so that's what was thought for years. Then Richard Allen gets arrested. Okay, so when Richard Allen got arrested, the first thing this entire community thought is we got to look into this guy because there could be something into it. And so as we began looking into it, it started crumbling. Okay, the entire thing started falling apart. And week by week, month by month, fact by fact, it started crumbling. The narrative and the evidence. We got our hands on the probable cause affidavit. That started falling apart. Okay. It fell apart extremely quickly. And so before you know it, we're looking at this and saying, Liggett lied on the PCA. He twisted witness statements. So wait, do you mean like no one saw him out there? Okay. No one saw his car. Okay. There's no evidence but a bullet with scratches on it that hasn't been fired. And so the more we saw, there was not anything that added up. And then on top of all of that, word starts to come out of Westville about what's really going on with Allen. Okay. Remember, Robert Baston was the first. He penned some letters regarding the treatment of Richard Allen. And we got our hands on those and we said, oh, wait a minute. This doesn't sound good. Okay. Then the attorneys for Richard Allen went in there and they started relaying what they were finding about Richard. Okay. Remember, all of this was going on in this pressure cooker that we were studying. We're trying to figure out, does Richard Allen have anything to do with this? Okay. Well, then, oddly enough, the defense dropped an incredible bombshell from the discovery, which was largely in part the results of an investigation by Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy, referred to as the Odin Report loosely. And they did this in the form of a Frank's request for Frank's hearing or Frank's motion and a 136-page memorandum. And when we got our hands on that memorandum, we delved into it, and lo and behold, we got our first indication, which was a written description of the crime scene. And then there was all of this exculpatory third-party evidence. That was the result of an investigation by Greg Ferenczi from the FBI, Kevin Murphy, and Todd Click that laid out some very incriminating evidence or results of an investigation involving several individuals and their potential ties to this crime. Remember, it was not meant to be evidence that would be something like a PCA that would be good enough to get a search warrant or arrest them. It was compelling evidence as a result of their investigation that may or may not have some relevance to Delphi. But it was enough that it raised a lot of red flags. Well, the amazing thing happened is that not 24 hours into the release of that Frank's memorandum, a YouTuber came under very, very harsh attack. Okay, very extremely harsh attack. The same YouTuber who had been already talking about these gangs. By that I mean the Vinlanders, the American Guard, the Blood and Honor, and all the white supremacist gangs that some of these very same individual had affiliation with. She came under very extreme attack, the type of attack where they tried to take her channel completely down away from her. Okay. Well, in lockstep with that, the crime scene photos were released. Now, these crime scene photos had already been out on the internet for years on the dark web. Okay. But what happens is the YouTubers become the recipients of some crime scene photos that had already been on the dark web for years. Okay. Immediately, the defense is blamed for that. One of them blows their head off. And the entire group of these troll farm, remember I said there's these troll farm people who are Richard Allen is guilty folks? Well, it's odd. The odd thing here, and this is actual factual, it's those very people were the people who received or were in possession of these crime scene photos. So these crime scene photos, which had been on the dark web for years, when they got leaked into the community, they went right into the hands of all of these troll farmers, okay, or these Richard Allen is guilty folks, okay, these insane, unhinged Richard Allen is guilty folks. They are the ones who ended up with the crime scene photos in their hands, okay? Isn't that odd? Because even though they are the ones who ended up with those in their hands, they started blaming the defense for it. And none of them were defense-friendly people, okay? They were all prosecution shills, or like I call troll farm, PR team for the family and the killers. Well, what happens is when this bomb explodes in this community, they all go silent, okay? And what they do is they hire someone overseas in Europe to start doing the terrorizing, okay? So all of a sudden, all of this terrorist activity, it shifts from a domestic terrorism to an international terrorism because they hire someone. Okay, this person admits to being hired. Okay, he goes several months until that burns out or runs its course. Then another group is hired. That goes for a while until that runs its course. Then another group is hired. And that goes a while until it burns its course. And now you have another group. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the worst of the harassment and terrorism, it comes from usually just a few people, 2 to 3 to 4 people. And what they do is they burn out those accounts until they really have they've crossed the line. Okay, once they cross a certain line, they archive those accounts. Those accounts go silent, and then they let a week or two go by, and then brand new accounts come out of nowhere, out of the woodwork. They surface from the subterranean depths of Delphi. A new account surfaces, and all of a sudden, it's going 110% full steam. Okay, going right after the main of us. Okay, the main of us. Swatting, going after our families, accusing of pedophilia, of protecting a baby killer and all the things that they actually are doing, they come and they start accusing those of us on this side. So you're coming into Delphi and you're seeing people having this battle and you don't even realize what's going on. You're not even realizing you're coming into Delphi as a noob. You have no clue what the fuck's going on. You're coming in Prof's channel. You're like, oh, why is Prof saying this one's evil? And why is Prof saying this one is harassing? Or you go into another channel and they're saying Prof is a baby killer protector. And you're like, well, or Prof bullies women. And you're looking at it like, why are these people saying Prof bullies women? So everywhere you go, it's all out chaos. And the reason it's all out chaos is because you have chaos agents at work. Okay, so I'm trying to get you guys who are new to the case just caught up to speed as quickly as possible. That you're coming into the case brand new, you don't know what's going on. You're coming in, you're seeing all out chaos, and you're not understanding what that chaos is. Well, I'm telling you what it is. Okay, it's a war between two factions. A faction of paid PR trolls who say he's guilty, law enforcement has it correct, all this evidence is extremely compelling, they've got the right guy, burn in hell, all of you guys are harassers, you need to go away. And you got all of us out here saying, where's the evidence that Richard Allen is guilty? Okay, I don't get it. I don't see. Okay, so that's the basic layout. Okay. Now, it's real insidious because for a newcomer, you never intend this to be a RICO or organized criminal network. So you come in, you're coming into a double murder of two little girls. The last thing you think is that this would be a criminal enterprise. Okay. You would never expect that going into a murder or true crime, you're going into a criminal enterprise. Okay, but that's what you're doing. Now, the real question is, why is the Delphi murders public narrative community, why is it reeking of a criminal enterprise with paid PR agents, with troll farm activated, with stalkers, harassers, doxers, chaos agents, gatekeepers, narrative control? You see, you would not expect that you go onto Reddit that over half of Reddit is controlled. So you're not allowed to ask certain things. Same with Facebook. You go into Facebook groups, you don't realize that you're going into a highly controlled public discourse. You're not able to ask legitimate questions. Okay. You're coming into the case and everything is looking chaotic. There's all kind of gaslighting. There's all kind of narrative control. There's questions that are not allowed to be asked. There's so much chaos and war and infighting. And you're wondering what the fuck's going on in Delphi? Because you're coming in green, expecting it to be an organic, legitimate public discourse around the murder of two little girls. Okay, but what you've missed is that it's an actual criminal enterprise undertaking that's controlling the public narrative about this double homicide of two little girls in Delphi, Indiana. So what is it? So what actually is it? Okay, and you got to think, if you're coming in like that, how do you think the jurors have come into it? Okay, when the jurors come into it, what are the jurors unaware of? They're unaware of all of this, But, I got to say, see, we have people who are actual law enforcement. Okay. So we have actual former FBI agents, actual former military contractors, actual former sheriffs, actual former U.S. Marshals, actual current U.S. military who we speak with. And the amazing thing, and I'll tell you this, and I'm not going to name names, but I'll tell you this from the very first videos I made on the Delphi murders, I had a very extremely experienced former law enforcement contact me, and he said, Prof, this is bigger than you think. Just be careful. And at the time, I'm thinking, this old man, I laughed at him. I said, oh, no, it's okay. It's cool. It's cool, man. Okay. Of course, that was before, you know, they published my house on the internet. They found my kids. They found my parents. They started calling me a pedophile. They started calling my viewers kid murderer defenders. Okay. It's before they started cyber stalking my friends, before they started physically stalking me in person. Yeah. And you're just watching this the first time. You're like, oh, that dude's crazy. He's saying they're stalking him in person. Oh, I can prove it. I can prove they stalked me in person. And I can prove they stalked others from my chat in person. Okay. Just imagine this. Do you know what they just did in the past week or two? They used the prosecutor's email account. Now, hey, listen closely to what I'm saying. Someone from this group has used the prosecutor's email to send out to people on our side, in this side over here, our side. They strategically sent certain of us over here phishing emails to fish out our IP addresses with an email directly from the prosecutor's email address in the hopes to gain our IP addresses. Why? Because with IP addresses, they can do a lot. Go look it up. Look this up. Google this. What can you do? What criminal activities can you do with someone's IP address? Go Google it. So basically, just in the past week or two, they've used I see I got to deal with a bitch cunt. Hold on. Katie Robinson. Katie Robinson. Let me document your channel. Let's see. Oh, just created today. What are the odds? What are the odds? What are the odds? We got a cunt in the chat. Katie Robinson. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. See, one of them has come in. One of them has come in. And let me tell you about her. She's a piece of shit from Michigan. Now, see, the thing about Michigan, a lot of the child traffickers involved in this case, the pedophiles, are from Michigan. We've identified that much so far, but we'll be getting into that in a future episode. So that's one of the female child traffickers we're assuming from Michigan. Okay. Anyway, she's wrong that Copfax is a good friend of mine and does vouch for me. And he comes in here from time to time. So just ignore that insane maniac. All right. You see how they love to throw me off with the trolling, because I start talking the truth, and they always come in here when it gets deep every single time. So what was I saying? Understand, okay? Just in the past week or two, they used the prosecutor's email address to target a certain group of us over here in an attempt to fish out our IP addresses. Okay? It's called hacking. So why are they hacking our IP addresses if what we're saying is nothing? If we're totally bezonkers, if we're total unhinged conspiracy theorists if we have no substantiation to any of the facts that we state. If we're total fucking maniacs, idiots, as Gray Pubes likes to say, okay, all of those sorts of words that they hurl at us. If that's the case, why is a prosecutor or someone working for him or someone allegedly hacking his email, why are they targeting some of us over here to try to hack our email, our IP addresses? Hey, I already know that they've hacked our emails in the past. I have proof of that. They've already hacked our phones. They've hacked our email address. Why are they sending hackers and PIs? Okay, that's another thing. They've hired PIs to go after us. They've hired hackers. I have proof of that to go after us. Now they're using the prosecutor's legitimate email address to send us phishing attempts to gain our IP addresses. Oh, but we're the crazy ones. Yeah, there's nothing to what we're saying. Okay. So making sense now. Okay. Yeah, pubes. Yeah, they'll call us nutters. Yeah, nutters. Yeah. All right. But this is what they do. So like on top of all the harassment, the consistent terrorizing using the internet and fake accounts, on top of all that, they try to hack and fish out our IP addresses to be able to set us up for crimes, uh, sabotage, get into our email, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. All right. So what is my objective tonight? Well, my objective is we're going to go on a little fact finding mission because what they did, it's very interesting what they did the past few days. Okay, as if this shit ain't crazy enough already. And trust me, look, I want you, if you're lurking, I want you to join the chat. I really, really, really do. But be aware, okay? Be aware ahead of time. Okay? Be aware ahead of time. If you're in my chat, there's a high likelihood that what they're going to do, if you become vocal and you're hitting on some good shit, you're going to start to be targeted. Okay, so what they're going to do, they're going to start following you around YouTube and coming behind you and try to harass, intimidate. They're going to start doxing you. So they're going to go into your Facebooks. They're going to go into your family's Facebooks. They're going to get your background checks. They're going to dox you. They're going to figure out where you live. They're going to start, like, trust me, there's several in my chat now. Okay, there's several in my chat now who came in as innocent commentators, commenters, just leaving comments, and now they're on the attack list. Okay, they get attacked regularly. So yeah, you will be attacked. It's called gang stalking, cyber stalking, gang stalking. If you're too active in the channel and around these channels who are critical thinkers, if you become too active in Delphi, if you start speaking logically, start making too much sense, I guarantee you, you will be stalked and harassed. I mean, I know some who've just come in the past 6 months, in the past year, in the past month. Like, you only have to be in this a few weeks talking good shit, and you become a target. Okay, so just be aware. I want you to join the chat. I want you to leave a comment, but you might want to make some fake accounts to do so. Because if you're using your real name, or if you give up your IP address or anything that they can track, the next thing you know is they'll be coming after you. Okay, that's just the way they do. They are literal cyber stalkers. They're gang stalkers. They won't just come after you as a single individual. They'll come after you as 25 individuals. I'm not kidding. Okay. All right. Um, And if you really want to fuck around and find out, make a channel. Because if you make a channel and you start posting on a channel, or if you go into Facebook and you start posting the truth, then they'll really come at you. So, like I said, it's just the world we're living in. They're going to target you because there's a criminal enterprise at work here, and crimes have been committed and will continue to be. Okay, that's the world we're living in here. Now, I've said before that they've created a culture of fear. Okay. Okay, they created a culture of fear. The whole objective is to scare you away. Okay, they want to scare you away. Um, Unfortunately, some people are not easily scared away. Okay, but the whole objective is to scare you away, to frighten you away, to shut you up, to make you go away. Okay, and just remember how insane what I'm saying is. It's all of the prosecution friendly contingent group of people. In other words, you don't find any of the Allen is innocent people or the due process people. You don't find any of them doing the stalking, harassing, intimidating, doxing, threatening, phishing. Okay, don't you think that's odd? Like, in other words, with all of the people on the internet, you don't find any of the people from the Richard Allen is uh, innocent group or the due process group. You don't find any of them stalking, harassing. The harassers are 100% Richard Allen is guilty. You guys are pieces of shit, baby killer protectors, pedophiles. Okay? That's what it is. Just a moment. All right. So yeah, I just want you all to be clear that this is not a joke. Like, when I'm telling you it's the odds, what are the odds? 100% of the stalker, harasser, threatening to kill you, going after your kids, trying to hack you, all of that shit are Richard Allen is guilty folks. The entire group. All right. Um, so what we're going to do tonight, because like I said, an interesting thing happened. Very interesting thing happened. Uh, so what happened is, um, someone. Okay. I'll put it another way. Let me put this away because I can't read comments and do this. Okay, this is no more reading comments for a little bit. I'll tell you what we're going to do. So what they did, because it's very strange. It's odd. Okay. So normally you get zero. Okay, this is hard to explain, man. Okay. Okay, it's hard to explain. Okay, normally there was only one person. Okay. So as far as what you're about to see, normally there was only one person who was serving this role. Okay. About what you're about to see. So for the past year, there's been one person. Okay. Now this one person, he's been in under investigation with the IRS, with the FBI, with the ISP. Trust me, that one person has been investigated intensively. But normally there was that one person. Okay. Normally there's that one person. Now, the most interesting thing is someone came into my channel stepping into the role that that person used to serve. And I'm telling you, when I read these comments, I was like, hmm, insane, insane, insane. And I was thinking, who the fuck is this? This is insane. This is almost as if the attorney or the the one who's calling the shots has come into my channel. And the more I read it, I thought, oh man, hold on. No, 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 no. These are not organic comments. Because like I'm big on the organic shit. I'm big on it. Because what I expect is things to be the way they appear. Like say someone creates a YouTube channel about Delphi. Well, it's because they care about Delphi. That's what I expect. That's what I call organic. You know. Now, if someone is part of a criminal enterprise and then they decide to erase their internet history, wipe their background reports, take on a persona, create a fake account, and then come into the Delphi Murders online community, I look at that as not organic. I look at that as part of a problem, especially when they're harassing, gaslighting, etc. Well, so I look at you guys in the chat and the comment section the same way. I want to see organic. I want to see real people in here under real accounts. I want all of you in my chat to be real people who are just nice people who care about Delphi, who want to talk, uh, people who want to, people who just want to like, you know, have fellowship and converse with each other and interact because they care about the Delphi girls. Okay, that's what I expect. And so when someone like this comes in, and what I'm going to show you, what we're going to look at tonight, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable because I look at it and I say, oh wow, wow, okay. So this is not organic. This is not a real nice person who's just coming and coming. Like this is an agent. Like basically an agent has come into my channel. And not only an agent, but the comments themselves not being organic comments at the spur of the moment, but almost like in a word processor sir, or a word Microsoft Word or some app or some notepad, they have had all of these talking points that they put together and built up. And the whole process was to come into my channel because I'm the hottest pro due process channel right now. So they're going to come into my channel and try to shut down the conversation because they've got all these talking points together and they're going to come and produce a narrative. So let's start. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can't read that. All right. Because it's small, but don't worry. I'll be going through it. We're going to go through this tonight. Because what I want to do is I want to go through and Let's see. Hold on. All right. So this person says, so this is the introduction. Okay, when they come in and introduce themselves. Um, was any of you dumb enough to believe anything in the Frank's memo, as defense calls it? Odinites, anyone? Apparently, defense thought rocks were involved in the murders. Who saw the footnote on page 22? Go check that out. What if is the theme of that hot garbage? Frank's, by the way, is named after a person, not possessive. And only 13 of those 136 pages addressed anything to do with warrant suppression. The rest was a fantastical story about racist skinhead Odinites, not Odinites, and a mentally retarded 45-year-old who acts like an 8-year-old. So you see what they're instantly doing? They're instantly discounting the fact that there's such a thing as racist skinheads in Indiana, or racist, or Odinist, or racist Odinist. Okay, interesting. They're also calling the defense team idiots because Franks. You see how like I immediately know who this person is, by the way. I'm going to ask you for your opinion later, but hold on. Who was all up in arms that no DNA was found at the scene from one man, but then you also want to believe that a group of other men was there at the scene too? Make it make sense. Give it your best shot. Well, here's my best shot, bitch. My best shot is that there was unknown male DNA. And you know where it was? It was inside the girls' vaginas and on their breast and the external genitalia and under their fingernails. All right, now we're going to continue with some more gaslight. Fun fact, a white supremacist nationalist group doesn't kill two white people. Yes, they do. Because the motive does not have to be racism to kill. Is that the only motive that racist would have to kill? Come on, young lady. Are you seriously want people to believe that white supremacists have never, ever, ever killed another white person? So you're telling me that racist skinheads have only ever killed minorities? That's the logic we're going with? Because as far as I'm concerned, these racist gang member skinhead piece of shit Odinist fucktards, Vinlander pieces of shits, they've killed many white people. Okay, continuing though. Raise your hand if you actually read all 136 pages. I doubt any of you did, judging by the short attention spans I've seen here so far. Well, actually, the prof read it at least 3 times, because the first time I read it was to read it. The second time I read it was to screenshot and highlight aspects. And the third time I read it through completely was because on this very channel, in lives that still exist to this day, I have every single word of that and every single footnote read on my channel. And it's called the Frank's a deep dive into the Frank's memorandum. You guys realize that? Yeah, I have a show, and it's called a playlist. It's called the Frank's memorandum deep dive, and I believe it's 6 live streams. Each one is at least 3 hours long. You do realize that that's many, many, many hours of me reading through the Frank's memorandum and leaving commentary. It's called a deep dives into the Frank's memorandum. Okay. So whoever you are, Mablenay, Mabel, it's insane that you don't understand that the proof that I've read it to all of my viewers, many of whom are regular viewers, we've read through every single word of that thing and deep dived and provided commentary, which is why I have 6 3-hour live streams covering every single word of it. Continuing. Short attention spans. Okay, so short attention spans meaning every time I do a 3 or 4 hour live stream, which is basically 5 days a week, and all of my same viewers are in here every single live stream. All right, next up, she says, Frank's red hot garbage. Crime QAnon puts shit on everything. Is that an attempt at a smear? I don't even know. I don't even know. Let's continue because I am telling you the journey that you guys are about to be taken on. I hope you have your seatbelts on and you have something to drink because this is going to take a while. All right, this is going to take a while. So here's what I need from you in the chat. What we're going to do is we're going to do a point by point takedown of the most insane shit you've ever seen in your life. So please, as we turn this page and get started, please help me in the comment section. As we go bullet point by bullet point, please add your commentary because I probably need the help at times. Okay, so watch this. You're not going to believe the journey we're about to embark upon. Okay. So let me remove this banner. This banner says, please support the channel. By the way, please support the channel. Okay. So removing the banner. There we go. All right. Now, here we go. Innocent people don't confess 60 times. Okay. We're stopping there. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Innocent people regularly confess 60 times when they're in an environment in which those confessions are being coerced continuously, when those statements that are being called confessions are all not confessions. When you're taking things and interpreting them, statements and allusions and coincidences, and you're turning them into confessions. So you took what might be 6 confessions and you multiplied it tenfold. And that's clear to see if you go back and read the Brian Harshman transcripts. I've done that for you on this channel. We went point by point through the Brian Harshman transcript. And when you go through the Brian Harshman transcript, it's extremely clear that there were not 60 something confessions. There were 60 something times that he interpreted statements as of a confession, of the nature of a confession, according to his interpretation. Okay. All right. Next point. Innocent people don't tell their own mama when mama doesn't believe them. Why would I say it if I didn't do it? Because if someone said, I'm going to kill your wife and child if you don't fucking confess, you piece of shit baby killer, and you're going to then make a phone call and you're going to say, Mom, I killed these girls, while the guy who just threatened to kill your family is standing over you, I think you would say, why would I say it if I didn't do it, Mom? Okay. All right. Innocent people don't change their story 5 years later from the original 5 day fresh story that actually matches up to what witnesses saw. Now, I assume that has to do with the timeline, but let's be clear here, cunt. Who changed the story? Was it Richard Allen who changed the time he was there? Or was it Dan Doolin and Kathy Shank who twisted everything? Because remember, there's zero evidence, zero evidence for whatever he said allegedly to Doolin. Isn't that just convenient? So not only did Doolin fail to record the interaction with Allen, and he alleges that he recorded every interaction, but for some reason can't find the one with Allen. Not only that, but he made sure to dispose of, allegedly, the handwritten notes on the back of the tip lead sheet. Okay? So who is changing the story after 5 years? Who's changing the story? Is it Dan Doolin and Kathy Shank? Or is it Richard Allen? How are we to know without any evidence either way? Because as we know at this point, you can't just take law enforcement's word for it. No, you can't. Because they've proven themselves untrustworthy and incompetent at best. All right, moving on. Innocent people don't give evasive answers when asked what they were wearing and where they parked. Evasive answers. You mean maybe he didn't remember? Okay. And on top of that, if he was wearing a blue jacket and blue jeans, isn't that odd that all the witnesses described someone dressed in all black, dressed in all black, dressed in all black? Well, why didn't Richard Allen say he was dressed in all black? If the witnesses saw someone dressed in all black, maybe Richard Allen should have lied and said, I was dressed in all black. Thank you, Jake Brooks. And thank you, Wanda. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, so it's dressed in all black. Why didn't he put himself in all black if he was bridge guy dressed in all black? Because as we know at this point, the bridge guy himself in that image could have been in all black. It was so heavily enhanced, i.e., interpolated, i.e., modified, i.e., photoshopped, i.e., fucked with, that you can't trust the color of the jacket, the look of the man's face, the physical build of the person in the imagery. You cannot trust any of that. It's all been modified. You get it? So if he was in any way going to be aligned with Bridge Guy, he should be in all black. Because according to the witnesses, the person, the male, the solitary male that they observed, according to their bullshit statements, is a large guy, muscular, 5'10", dressed in all black. None of which is Richard Allen. Thank you, Ashley. Okay, let's continue with the gaslight bullshit. Innocent people don't omit details about being on the bridge to their wife for 5 years. Well, that is a complete fabrication. I don't know where you're even getting that from. You're getting that the wifey of Richard Allen didn't remember him saying anything about. I don't even know where you're getting at. That would be complete hearsay anyway. So you're full of shit. Like, I'm not even going to be nice on that one. Okay, let's keep going. Innocent people don't turn their phone off when they're at the trail and tell police they were looking at their stock ticker. Well, first of all, since you want to talk about digital evidence, let's talk about the fact that nothing proves that he was there at the place and time that the prosecutor places him. Nothing digitally. We do know this, though, you piece of shit. We have 3 phones malingering around the crime scene, one of which leaves 4 minutes after manipulating the little 3.5 millimeter jack on the victim's phone. Because remember, 544, the last ping comes to the victim's phone. 545, that jack is manipulated, meaning someone plugs something into the jack. 549, a third phone leaves the geofencing, which means yes, there is some sort of digital evidence, but none of it aligns to Richard Allen. For his stock ticker, maybe he thought he was looking at a stock ticker that day. How is he supposed to remember that many years later? And if it was said days later, how is he supposed to know days later? Like, give me a break. Like, stock ticker, looking at a stock ticker has zero to do with this crime. Okay, it has zero to do with those 3 phones in the geofencing at the crime scene. It has zero to do with the male DNA on the sexual parts of the girls and under their fingernails. What else we got here? Innocent people don't match the likeness clothing found on their wife's Facebook page. SIG PT 226 elite outline under jacket and have the bullet from the crime scene forensically matched. Okay, but too much shit in one step. Okay, first of all, that's assuming the bridge guy video actually has meaning. That's the first gaslight. Okay, so what you're gaslighting with this one is that anything can be deciphered from the enhanced bridge guy image. We are not idiots. We know that you cannot determine anything from that bridge guy enhancement because it was totally interpolated. It has zero meaning. The enhanced bridge guy image has zero meaning. You can't say you see a gun under that thing. You can't say you see a hippie sack. You can't say you see a hat. You can't see you see a nose, a mouth, a jacket, and anything. Even the dimensions of the body are incorrect. Okay, bullet from the crime scene forensically match. It does not forensically match. That's another gaslight. You're assuming that the state's expert claiming that the bullet forensically matches because she was able to match a fired cartridge to an unfired round and not able to exclude Brad Weber or Brad Weber's gun from having extracted that bullet. I think you got a little thing confused, but we'll be getting back to that. Innocent people don't confess with details only the killer would know. Oh, by that you mean the van that Gray Hughes and Monica Walla discussed multiple times and were discussed multiple times over the years all over the internet. Whether you were talking about Matt Sullivan, Gray Hughes, Monica Walla, what's his name? Bruce McGuire. Okay. Raffi, that van had been discussed so many times. As a matter of fact, the van appears on the helicopter footage that was recorded on the 14th and broadcast to the world and has been on the internet every fucking single day since February 14th, 2017. There's not a day that helicopter footage has not been on the internet, and it clearly shows Brad Weber's white van parked at the Weber household. So we're going to have to get over the white van, okay? We're going to have to get over that being something only the killer would know. You know what something only the killer would know? What Elvis Fields actually said, what Megan Allen actually said. Okay, there are things that only killers would know. Actually, go watch my train guy video And if you watch my train guy video, you're going to immediately realize something is fucking wrong here. Because on the train guy video, he says that the guy on the train says there were sticks laid on the bodies. That's something only a killer would know. Sticks laid on bodies, the little two twigs above Abby's head, like horns, that's something only the killer would know. The fact that one of the girls, the shit David Erskine said, okay, about how they were laid. Okay, David Erskine knew shit only the killer would know, young lady. Let's keep going. I'm getting too excited. Innocent people don't shake their head yes as the guilty verdict is being read. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have? Like that right there, I'm not even going to address because it's a complete fucking, you're just saying shit to say it out of your stupid mouth. Innocent people would proclaim their innocence. He did. Okay. Someone in the chat. Did Richard Allen ever proclaim his innocence? Yes or no? He proclaimed his innocence until you broke him, you threatened to kill his wife and daughter, and eventually started force medicating. So when you say the Rick Allen treatment and you're implying he is innocent, you're just dead wrong. So how did you get it so wrong? Do you choose emotion over logic? Are you just a super gullible person? Do you have fact allergies? Science is difficult for you, blinded by the hatred of the man because you too are a criminal and don't want to get caught. They're still, okay, every one of those statements is a projection. Let's read them. Let's read the projection again. This is actually hilarious. Sit. Sorry, the dog's doing shit. All right. So when you say the Rick Allen treatment and you're implying he's innocent, you're just dead wrong. How did you get it so wrong? Do you just choose emotion over logic? Yeah, I think you do, cunt. Are you a super gullible person? I think you are. Do you have fact allergies? Obviously you do. Science is difficult for you. I know it is difficult for you because you believe that that bullet has been matched to Allen. You believe that's forensics. Okay, blinded hatred of the man because you too are a criminal. I think you are a criminal. I think you all are criminals. Remember, this is a criminal enterprise who is covering up the murders of Abby and Libby. Can I get this any bigger on the screen? I apologize, y'all. I'm a little mad. Let's see. Can I get this any bigger on the screen? That's what I want. Does that work? Does that work? Sorry. I guess I'm just not able to. All right. Okay, here's the three large elephants in the room for the cuntmeister. Okay. Rick was 100% bridge guy. Tell me why you think not. I think I will. I believe I will. Okay. Rick was 100% bridge guy. Okay. First, you are assuming that bridge guy had anything to do with the murders. Okay. So let's break down your logic here. You have to be an idiot to believe that bridge guy had anything to do with the murders. Okay. First of all, because there's zero proof that bridge guy had anything to do with the murders. Okay. Bridge guy, we don't know. It is unknown whether or not bridge guy is even a guy. It could have been a female. Okay. Bridge guy could have been a female. Bridge guy could have been a guy. Bridge guy could have been a known guy. Bridge guy could be an unknown guy. Whatever, we don't know anything about whoever that figure is. Okay. Secondly, there's zero proof that figure had anything to do with the murders. That's just a fantasy that law enforcement has come up with. Okay. We don't know whatever fucking bridge guy. Okay. Secondly, if you're talking about the enhanced version, okay, that's also a fantasy because we know it's indecipherable. The original bridge guy imagery is indecipherable. The enhancement included giving it a face, giving it a body, giving it motion, giving it all the things that you think you know what bridge guy is. It's all a creation. It's basically like we've said from the beginning. It's Photoshop. It's a plant. It's a figment of your imagination. It's make believe. Okay, so bridge guy. So Rick was 100% bridge guy. Well, that's another falsity. Like I've said before, you don't even know that any of those witnesses saw Rick out there. Remember, none of the witnesses would point at Rick and say, he's the one that I saw. None of the witnesses would point at Rick and say, he's the guy in the sketch that I helped with. Okay, so you got a sketch they were forced to give or help with. So they helped with sketches. Even though they were able to help with sketches, supposedly, none of them would look at Rick and say, yes, I saw him. He's in the sketch. Not only that, none of them would look at Rick and say, yeah, he's the guy I saw walking the trails that day. Who they did describe was dressed in all black, extremely tall and muscular, which Rick was not. That's why I think not. Okay. Number two, Rick's unspent round was found at the scene. Tell me why you think not. Because the forensics that are supposed to back that up are non-existent. Okay. The only way, let me tell you this. Here's the only way I can logically imagine it. Okay. There's only one way I can reasonably fathom that bullet belongs to Rick, and it's like this. You have to reverse engineer it. If the only way this woman could have those marks be produced was to fire it, okay, you have to assume first that cartridge had been fired before. Oh, Prof, that doesn't make sense. It's an unspent round. Well, hold on. It could have been reloaded. So if the marks on that cartridge prove that it comes from Rick Allen's gun and it has to be fired, are you telling me Rick reloaded that round after having fired it once? Or are you telling me that law enforcement went find a spent cartridge from Rick's shooting range, took that to the reloading center, cleaned it, reloaded it, and then went planted at the crime scene? It's the only, because you have to understand the only way to match the marks or to fire it means it has to have been fired. It has to have been fired. Reloaded rounds are a thing. If the only way to match it was to fire it, it means it has been fired. Okay, so you're now admitting that you went to the gun range, you picked up one of his fired cartridges, you went reload it and planted it at the crime scene. See, it doesn't add up. Not only that, on top of that, there's butter, there's lanyap, there's extra. You know what that lanyap is? What that extra is? What the cream on top is? They could not exclude other firearms. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Look, anyone out here who knows guns, first of all, you'll know what a reload is. Secondly, you know you ain't never gonna match a gun to an extraction. Thirdly, you know that if you do match a round that's loaded to a fired cartridge, that means one thing: it has to be reloaded. But now you're telling me, on top of all of that garbage, that you could not exclude any other Sig 40 caliber, which we know Brad Weber owned. So you're admitting now you could not exclude Brad Weber's gun. But here's the kicker. Even if it was Brad Weber's, it would still have to be fired with this logic. It's absolute asinine. Okay, but that's your elephant in the. So remember, this bitch. We're going over the elephants in the room. Okay, so the first one was Rick is 100% bridge guy. Okay, that's an elephant in the room, cunt. Really? Second one, Rick's unspent round was found at the scene. Tell me why you think not. Well, that's your elephant in the room. That's pretty weak. That's some weak elephants. Wait, are they miniature? do you have some Lego elephants? All right, here. What's another elephant in the room? Gaslighter. First rule of murder: don't confess to murder 60 times, both before and after any psychosis. With a detail on the killer would know. Tell me why you think not. Well, I think I just got you. I think I've already explained that. First rule of murder: don't confess to murder. Of course not. What kind of murderer would confess to murder, you fucking idiot? Like, let's be real here. Don't confess to murder 60 times. You mean don't get put in Westville in solitary confinement for 13 months, being guarded by Odinus and other inmates who are threatening to kill you and your wife and your daughter on a daily basis, and then undergoing psychosis, a fucking breakdown, being forced medicated by a true crime fangirl named Monica Walla, who's forcibly medicating you on top of your fucking Prozac. Now here's it's gonna get rich here, and right here I'm gonna destroy this person. You guys get ready. This is where the nuclear bomb is going to drop on this person's gaslight. Okay, so get ready. Get ready. I'll give them the stage right now. I'll give them the stage, and I'll read a whole paragraph without stopping. Rick confesses to Kathy on April 3rd, 2023, and it's this important confession that really matters. It was before any psychosis and was the moment of brutal honesty. He wanted Kathy to hear him and allow him to comfort and the comfort and release of owning up to his mistake. Rick had just found God, as he told Mom days before, and Rick wanted to have his redemption. She would not hear it ever. She suppressed him, along with his attorneys telling him to stop confessing. He tried to tell her he did it, and she rejected hearing it, which likely felt to Rick like she was rejecting him. Rick's diagnosed dependent personality disorder means he wants Kathy, the person he trusts most in his world, to hear that confession, to believe it, and to validate him. Instead, she tells him he's lying and to stop. On Rick's infamous day of shit-eating, Kathy suppresses him again, adding paranoia to the mix. The prison was messing with him by putting stuff in his food and screwing with his med. She confuses him to the point of Rick asking Kathy if he can even trust his attorneys. Rick needs her to know he did it and that she still loves him regardless. He repeats it over and over. Anytime she doesn't accept it, the one person he seeks validation from, he even opposes that person and keeps repeating his truth. He challenges the very person he loves and is seeking validation from. He means it, but she won't hear it. There are moments of brutal honesty from Richard Allen. Imagine what that alone would do to a fragile man. He lost his damn mind. This coincides with the meeting with his attorneys at the very same time, April 4th, going over his discovery papers and presenting all the evidence against him. This all occurs before his psychosis episode, April 3rd to 13th. Wait. First of all, I have to stop. You just said this occurs before psychosis, April 3rd to 13th. Wait, didn't you just say this occurs on April 3rd and 4th? That fits within that range, does it not? Oh, you're an idiot. Okay. It is a defining cause of his psychosis episode. A multidisciplinary team is immediately formed and Rick is treated. He has returned to normal 9 psychosis baseline by May 1st. Rick is medicated him long enough until he wouldn't relapse into shit eating again. Okay, we're going to break down this timeline this person is giving it. Okay. Shortly after all this is when he starts acting bizarre to the point of psychosis again, 10 days later, April 13th, 16 days after that peak of psychosis, he is returned to a normal non-psychosis baseline level, May 1st. 16 days after returning to baseline, he confesses to his mother, May 17th, and she treats him the exact same way his wife did on April 3rd. Rick confessed 61 times because not even his loved ones would believe him. His confessions continued into 2024, 2 months after moving from Westville Marriott to Wabash Valley Jail. No longer on psychotropic medication, February 2nd, 2024. I'm sorry for what I did. Sorry for killing them. He said it and wants everyone, including us, to believe him. He confesses before psychosis and he confessed after psychosis. First rule of murder, don't confess to murder. The jury will take you at your word for it, as they should. He confessed and wanted everyone to know, including you. Okay, so let's stop there. Okay, let's stop there. And let's go into some actual facts, since this person is a piece of shit. Okay, let's go into some actual facts. I'm good at those. I'm good at those. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at we're going to go into a dive into the dates of Robert Baston's letters. Okay. So, Robert Baston's letter. So this one is dated April 1st through 11th. No, April 11th. April 11th, Robert, let me remove this for a second. Okay, April 11th. Like I'm telling him, not fucking with these people. April 11th, Robert Baston says, I am an inmate at Westville in the same unit that Richard Allen is being housed in awaiting trial. Richard Allen is being abused and mistreated. Okay, this is an inmate who was right next door to Richard Allen. He's being abused and mistreated along with other inmates in Westville Correctional Control Unit Restrictive Housing. There were corrupt officers and ranking officers calling Richard Allen a kid killer, tasing him. No, I'm sorry. There are corrupt officers and ranking officers calling him a kid killer, telling him if he has a visit from his family, teasing him that he has a visit. So they're saying, oh, your family's here, your family's here, your family's here. No, fuck you, they're not. Phone is ringing on his tablet. Inmates in cells. So yeah, they tease that his phone is ringing. Okay, they're fucking with him with his family. Inmates, Logan Osborne, inmate Riley, inmate in cell A2204 and A2205 are threatening to kill Richard Allen and telling him to kill himself. And those inmates have made these comments in front of Warden John Gallipo, in front of ranking officers and officers. The staff has recorded on camera these inmates making these threats and suggestions of Allen to kill himself. And they've done nothing about it. I have proof and evidence of assaults by ranking officers and officers on inmates, abuse and mistreatment. Okay? On March 21st, While in the same unit as Richard Allen, I attempted suicide. On April 9th, I attempted suicide again. The IDOC and their mental health provider has provided me no mental health help or treatment. Okay, this is on April 11th. Then on November 23rd, he says, the judge, prosecutors, attorneys have failed to report inhumane conditions, human and civil rights violations at Westville Restrictive Housing Unit at Westville Correctional Facility that they have been made aware of. The attorneys for Richard Allen have exposed the inhumane conditions, and pictures of Richard Allen clearly proves the before and after proof of conditions of Richard Allen and his poor mental health. And the judge and prosecutor have ignored these poor, inhumane conditions. Okay? Richard Allen is not convicted and is being treated like a state of Indiana prisoner because of a county sheriff department. Blah, 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 blah. I used to be in a cell just above defendant Richard Allen, and as soon as I started voicing my opinion and advocating about the abuse, mistreatment, and inhumane conditions of Richard Allen, myself and other inmates back in April of 2023, and recording times and dates of incidents, the corrupt Westville Correctional Facility warden, John Gallipo, custody supervisor, Chad Cornett, Westville Correctional Restrictive Housing Unit Captain Gary Lewis, and manager, Mrs. Tracy Cornett, retaliated on me approximately April 29th and had me moved from APOD away from defendant Richard Allen. Then on May 4th, a corrupt lieutenant, Larry Crittenden, places me on strip cell status and has corrupt Sergeant Robinson, remember that's the Odinist, Officer Garu, and Officer Pleasant remove all my property from my cell so I could not write or record dates and times of incidents, and went through my property to destroy any incriminating dates and times that I had recorded. Okay. The next morning, May 5th, 2023, 7 a.m., I was placed in full trip gear restraints with handcuffs, black box, belly chain, and leg shackles on security camera, and corrupt Sergeant Brandon Williams and officers removed me from the cell, escort me back to my assigned cell, and Sergeant Brandon Williams orders one of his corrupt officers to run my mattress and bedding through the urine on the floor of the cell, as I was left in the cell overnight with no running water or toilet. Then corrupt Sergeant Brandon Williams can be seen on security cameras slammer me to the floor while in full trip gear restraints and violently twisting on my foot and ankle until they break, and intimidating the nurse not to treat my injuries of a broken foot and ankle and a stab wound to my elbow all the way to the bone that was bleeding from an ink pen sticking out of Sergeant Brandon Williams' stab vest, and I was taken back to my assigned cell. Then at approximately 10:45 a.m., Sergeant Brandon Williams, corrupt sergeant, returns to my cell with no verbal command to come to cell door and with no video camera recording, opens the handcuff port door and sprays me with pepper spray while I was laying in bed suffering from my injuries earlier that morning. Corrupt Sergeant Brandon Williams leaves me in the cell, asphyxiating for air for approximately 10 minutes before removing me from the cell. Corrupt Sergeant Brandon Williams, former officer and now Sergeant Motts, Officer Clemens, and an unknown officer take me out of the view of security cameras in the hallway, and Officer Quentin Davis tells Sergeant Brandon Williams to hold me up while Officer Quentin Davis violently punches me in the ribs and stomach, breaking my ribs. And former officer and now Sergeant Motts kneed me in the face while corrupt Westville Correctional Facility warden John Gallipo, mental health practitioner Dr. Monica Walla, and Mrs. Bourne watched the beat down. In May of 2023, right after the excessive use of force assault with bodily injury, Attorney Rozzi, an attorney for Richard Allen, requested an interview with me concerning the poor treatment of Richard Allen and inmates at Westville Restrictive Housing Unit and human civil rights violations. And someone at either IDOC or Westville, Warden Gallipo, denied that interview because they did not want Attorney Rozzi to see and record my injuries that they were trying to cover up. I remained in a cell for over a month suffering from my injuries before I received medical treatment. I contacted IDOC Office of Investigation and Intelligence, who then got me medical treatment for only my broken foot and ankle, where x-rays confirmed they were broken. While being interviewed by attorney Razi on August 4th, 2023, corrupt Sergeant Dahlia went to my cell B6202 and took all the incriminating dates and times of incidents that I recorded to destroy. There needs to be a disbanding of the corrupt IDOC Office of Investigations and Intelligence and state and federal investigations into corruption going on and the inhumane conditions, human and civil rights violations due to the constant staff and officer shortages going on in all IDOC facilities that is creating unsafe and dangerous prison conditions. On November 8, 2023, an inmate at Westville was murdered. Approximately June 2023, an inmate died of starvation in Westville Restrictive Housing Unit. Inmates have died of suicide in IDOC facilities due to the corruption. Westville Restrictive Housing Unit custody staff say that they care about inmates' quality of life, but I have not had a shower since October 2nd, 2023. There's other inmates that have not showered longer than that because inmates do not want to shower when officers are leaving inmates locked in the tiny triangle showers for hours with no place to sit. Now, this was written on November 23rd. Okay, November 23rd. He claims he had not had a shower since October 2nd, and some longer than him. The corrupt Restville Correctional Facility Warden Gallipo does not allow the Christian Amish church group called Christmas Behind Bars to pass out Christmas sacks to inmates because Warden Gallipo is the leader of a pagan white nationalist group called Odin's. The corrupt staff and officers here at Westville facility and at other Indiana DOC facilities wear Odin and Punisher patches on their uniforms and stab vests. The corrupt staff and officers that wear the Punisher patches is a group of good old boys that assault, torture, abuse, and mistreat the inmates. I submitted a grievance to the IDOC Office of Investigations and Intelligence concerning the Odin and Punisher patches, but the grievance never got processed due to the corruption. When I was in a cell just above defendant Richard Allen, I witnessed officers taunting him, calling him a baby killer, a kid killer, and deliberately slamming the shower door next to his cell to either wake him up or just annoy Richard Allen. I also witnessed other abuse and mistreatment to Richard Allen. There are dozens of lawsuits on staff and officers at Westville Restrictive Housing Unit in the U.S. Northern District Court of Indiana that clearly show a pattern of assault, torture, abuse, and mistreatment of inmates by corrupt staff and officers. The Indiana DOC seems to put their corrupt staff and officers in the restrictive housing units that assault, torture, and abuse. The Indiana DOC puts their corrupt staff and officers in the restrictive housing units that will assault, torture, and abuse and mistreat the inmates. Are you getting what I'm putting down here? Remember the first words he said. April 11th, 2023. There are corrupt officers and ranking officers calling Richard Allen a kid killer. And threatening to kill Richard Allen and telling him to kill himself. And these inmates in cells A102, Logan Osborne, A207, inmate Riley, A2204, and A2205, threatening to kill Richard. How many inmates is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 inmates he named. Plus, he says, ranking officers and corrupt officers, all threatening to kill him, telling him to kill himself, calling him a kid killer. Now, that's not even it. That's not even it. What did he say to his attorneys, by the way? Since we're rubbing this shit in, right? We want to rub this shit in. We want to rub in what was stated. Let's rub it in. Let's find it. Because I know you are here. You're willing to take the time for me to read this to you because you want to hear what the actual factual is, which is why we are here. So let me get this one. Okay, listen to this. This is from the Frank's Memorandum. For those of you who are idiots, page 122. For those of you who are good folks, page 122. Listen to this. During one visit on May 4th, 2023, myself, Attorney Baldwin, and Attorney Rozzi met with Richard Allen to discuss matters involving the case. At this time, Richard Allen was in a mental and physical state of deterioration and was nearly non-communicative. During the visit, Richard Allen repeatedly asked whether or not his wife was okay and if his family was okay. Repeatedly. Let me repeat that again. During the visit, Richard Allen repeatedly asked whether or not his wife was okay and if his family was okay. He claimed that on a couple of occasions, they were going to kill him. When asked who he was referring to as they, Richard Allen responded by saying, the guys with the Odin patches. Up to this point in the legal process, Richard Allen's defense team had never mentioned Odinites or Odinism to Richard Allen, either directly or indirectly. The first time I'm aware of any mention of Odinite involvement to Richard Allen was during a visit on August 25th, some 3.5+ months later. So do you understand that Max Baker has an affidavit, which is Exhibit 115, that's discussing what goes on with guards Jones and Robinson? On May 4th, Max Baker, Baldwin, and Rozzi meet Richard Allen. Richard repeatedly asks if his wife and family is okay. He then says they're going to kill him or they're going to kill me. When Baker, Baldwin, and Rozzi say, who is they? He says, the guys with the Odin patches. Okay? It gets worse. I got something else for you. Because we're not fucking around with this person from the state coming in to try to fool everyone. Let's talk about a timeline, because they want to talk about a timeline. April 3rd, right? April 4th. Okay, so let's talk about a timeline. Walla's notes from March 2023. Rick states, I don't feel right. Walla acknowledges his baseline is depression, categorizes his condition as poor, critical, deteriorating. From April 1st, 2023, which is before April 3rd, isn't it? Walla documented suicidal ideation and delusions. Rick made a statement, death would bring relief. Walla observed insomnia, poor appetite, hopelessness, low self-esteem, and more. From Walla's notes, April 2nd, 2023, which is also before April 3rd and 4th, isn't it? Rick was noted as more critical on April 2nd, which is before April 3rd, isn't it? Emergency involuntary medication administered. reason, head injury, and self-harm. Okay, hold on. I thought April 3rd and April 4th is before he's. Because it sounds to me like on April 1st and 2nd, he's losing his fucking mind. He has a head injury. He's emergency involuntary medicated, which means injected with Haldol for all of you idiots out there. Let's continue to talk about this dick face who's left these comments, who claims that on May 1st he's back to baseline. Oh, really? Really? Because according to Walla, on May 3rd, she observes disjointed thoughts. He says, I want to confess. Worsening condition. By May 12th, Rick's disorganized thinking had accelerated. May 18th, he has a man down incident due to his next scheduled injection. May 22nd, depression at peak. Physiological symptoms: trembling, stuttering, buckling knees, bulging eyes. It wasn't until July 11th that some signs of improvement are noted. Well, it's mighty interesting, isn't it? Interesting, because this person is trying to come in and fuck with people. So let's look some more. Let's zoom into this time frame, because this person really tried to lie. Look, this person is really trying to come into our comment section and lie to everyone. All right, let's get back to this timeline again. You want to know what changed? Okay, let's read about this. Here's what changed. Circumstances surrounding documentation. Now, oh my God, this one. You want to know what changed on April 4th? Circumstances surrounding documentation. That's what changed. Prior to April 4th, did he ever say he found God? I can't remember. On April 5th, reports mention a change. Well, hold on. Didn't just the day before you change the circumstances surrounding documenting everything? Sounds like the only reason there's a change on April 4th and 5th is because that's the date documentation changes. Smells about right. How would you know whatever? You weren't documenting it before April 4th. So something not adding up here. April 12th. Rick receives weekly Haldol for sleep. Many days communication is impossible. He sleeps a lot. He's being transported to receive injections. He's refusing to leave recreation to go to an interview. In addition to Haldol, Rick received Prozac. Losing weight And on April 23rd, he tanked. So sounds to me like if you're going to make April 23rd the date of a tanking, that's kind of a nexus point for the worst of it. So there's a deterioration down to April 3rd, and then there's going to be a rebuilding period. So how are we saying that May 1st he's back to normal according to this dickhead? Okay, May 1st he's back to normal. Let's read about that. Want to kill family and friends, he says. I don't want to die. I'm too much of a coward. May 3rd experiences a seizure, cries out for help, asking for Kay, his wife, Kathy. So May 3rd, he's having seizures. Where's that other May date I had here? Let's get back to that because I'm not fucking with you people with this gaslight. It's absolutely insanity when people know what has happened. Okay, what date was that I just said? May 3rd, a seizure. May 3rd has a seizure. He's being forcibly medicated. He's falling out, having man down incidents. Okay, what is this date here? I lost it. I feel like I'm having a seizure reading all these documents, but where is it? May 12th, disorganized thinking. May 18th, had a man down incident. April 21st, disjointed thoughts. May 3rd, saying I want to confess. Does it sound like in April and May he's at a baseline of normalcy? You guys are fucking idiots. That doesn't sound like he's normal. Sounds like what happened is that you guys set up a real good fucking scam to have him threatened and medicated and coerced into a psychotic state, being locked up in the fucking solitary for 12 months. Jesus, man. Now let's get back to the dumb bitch. Because the gaslight is strong with this one. I'm telling you, they sent this, and this is what I was getting to you guys. They sent this person. Remember what I'm saying? Like, this is someone sent in with pre-arranged talking points. You can see from the formatting, this was copy pasted from a word processor. Okay. This was copy pasted. This is not someone sitting there coming off the top of their head with talking points. Just a moment. Okay, but this person has already tried to tell you that April 3rd and 4th he was doing just fine, and May 1st he was doing just fine. All right, so what else were they going to tell us? Do you know the difference between what Rick told Ellie in 2017 versus 22? Okay. 2017, 5 days after the murder. He said he was at the trail from 1:30 to 3:30. According to who? According to your corrupt, lying ass, incompetent law enforcement and Kathy Shank, who wants the reward money? I believe the statement was 12 to 1:30. He parked at the CPS building. He walked down to the bridge and back, saw the witnesses that saw him. He was looking at the stock ticker on his phone. No, he didn't say he saw the witnesses that saw him. He said he saw 4 girls. No, 3. He said he saw 3. He said he saw 3 girls. And that's it. And left at 1:30. Now this person is claiming 5 years after, he said he was at the trail from 1:30 to 3:30. No, I just read that. 5 years later, he said he was there from noon to 1:30. Yes, that is what he said. Like I said, how do you know what he said to Doolin when the recorder was not activated or mysteriously disappeared like the other 70 days of interviews? And the handwritten narrative has disappeared. So we've got 0 evidence of anything he said on that day, except taking the word for it. He said he was wearing blue jeans, blue or black Carhartt. Let me ask you this. Ladies and gentlemen, screenshot this page. How does this person know this? How does this person know this? Rick provided long-winding, rambling answers and lied and evaded his way through the interview. How do you know about that interview? Do you have a transcript of that interview? How do you know anything about the interview that none of us have access to? Holman, where did you park? Rick, I got there at noon and I think I parked at Mears Entrance and walked onto the road up to Freedom Bridge start. After a long, drawn-out, rambling answer on where he may have parked, or maybe here or maybe there. Anyone else catch that it doesn't make sense to walk the road to start the trail when you're at the trail already? Holman, when did you leave? Rick, I left at 1:30. That video shows me leaving at 1:30, not arriving at 1:30. Holman, who did you see? Rick, I saw those girls that saw me, the one with the long brown hair, and they look like sisters. I may have seen someone when I was at the bridge of platform 1, but I don't remember. I did not see Abby. Holman, what were you wearing? Rick went through an entire list of things he may or may not have been wearing. Blah, 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 straight answer. Blue jeans, black, Carhartt, blah, 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 blah. Holman, is this you? Verbatim. If those girls took that picture, then it wasn't me. Kathy to Rick in an interview room when he stepped out. Why did you never tell me you were on the bridge that day? How do you know this? How'd you get the quotes from this interview? Where'd you get this from? So you want me to believe you were sitting in the courtroom now? Now all of a sudden, are you saying you wrote down verbatim everything that happened as that was played for the jury? Is that where you're going? Is that the excuse you're going to come up with? You're either ignorant or pushing an agenda to think what Rick told investigators in 2022 was true. He lied about looking at his phone too. His phone was never recovered from his home during the search despite having a cache of phones. Blah, blah, blah. He lied about when he was there. The story changed at 22. I was there from noon to 1:30, which conveniently removed him from being at the time the crime occurred. He lied about where he parked. He was lying, and you believed him. Ellie did not. People with common sense did not. The jury did not. Yeah, liars get the Rick Allen treatment. The infallible digital footprint proved RA was breachy. What? Bro, this idiot literally just made the following statement. The infallible digital footprint proved RA was BG. What? The infallible digital footprint proved RA was BG? You can't make this shit up with these people. Listen, do you really think that this person believes all they are saying? Do you really think that this person is this stupid to believe all of this they're saying? Or do you think that they're a state actor, PR, coming in like prepared with pre-written information? Let's keep going. The witnesses cleared the trail from 12:25 to 2:14 and saw no other BG doppelgangers other than Rick. at the beginning of the trail at 1:35, and Rick at the bridge at 1:53. Wait, no, they didn't. They said they saw someone dressed in all black who was tall and muscular. Did you leave that part out intentionally? Here we go, another one. Did you think the other guy's human hands access Libby's phone or plugged in headphone jacks? Here's we're going to get some more gaslight. You ready for this? You ready for this one? One, Celebrite doesn't indicate water damage. Two, regarding knowledge C extraction and defense's second attempt at it, phone used by human hands claim. Here's a problem with saying someone plugged in headphone jacks into Libby's phones at 5:30 and removed the headphones at 10:30 p.m. Knowledge C shows every little detail. Phone lock, unlock, device backlight on, off, apps being used, which app is being using background resources, which app is in foreground, if audio is being played, which speaker is being used, headphones, internal, Bluetooth, internet connection, the URLs visited, actions phone is preparing for, audio route for any sound emission. A human plugging in headphones is going to also show all other uses by phone, unless defense wants us to believe someone went into woods to plug headphones in and not do anything more than that. Yes! And sit around while searchers are patrolling the area for 5 hours. No, we believe it was one of the searchers. See, this is the thing. What they fail to realize with this gaslight is, A, there was no water damage. Hello, dickhead. Okay, as far as your number one here, there is no water damage to the phone. That's been verified. Okay, number two, regarding someone physically plugging in to the jack, yes, it's confirmed that has to have happened because we now know the patent to that jack. It's a physical switch. As far as the gaslight about this phone, see, you'll never win the war. You're not going to win this battle over the phone and this jack, this 3.5 millimeter jack. You'll never win the battle because the facts are that phone was not water damaged and the jack requires a physical plug to be inserted to trip that switch. So no matter how much knowledge C, Celebrite, gaslight you want to provide, trying to justify and coming up with an imaginary water droplet or a piece of dirt or whatever you want to imagine and come up with some excuse. And we do know who was the first ones to try to come up with this excuse. Everything's been documented, submitted. This person is completely gaslighting the fuck. That's why we're on a fact-finding mission, because we're fact-finding against these lies. Okay? No movement reported either. Yeah, because they plugged in something into the jack, bitch. Why didn't defense mention anything other than headphones plugged in and out? Because that's what's important, dick face. Well, because headphones were not physically plugged in and taken out. Oh, yes, they were. You're going to find out too. This was the result of water damage to the phone, which false triggered the headphone jack sensors to show zero object metadata recorded in Knowledge C database for headphones start data at 5:30 p.m. and stop data at 10:30 p.m. That's it. That's water or mud dirt damage known online as iPhone stuck in headphone mode. Look it up. Prosecution did. Prosecution Googled that in the hallway, isn't it? No. Whoever you are, your agenda is so transparent here. You should be running for cover. You should be running for cover because your agenda is on full display. It's no secret the girls crossed through a creek. What? Where's the proof that the girls crossed through the creek? You mean the Gray Hughes fantasy world scenario of a lone wolf killer walking them through the creek? There's no, how about let's correct you. There's no proof the girls walked through the creek. There, I fixed it. Libby's phone was found under Abby. Yes, where it was staged in a shoe. Whose clothes were still damp 24 hours after being discovered? Oh, yeah, the girl who had wet clothes put on her. Who was clean, by the way. Who cleaned her? You don't want to talk about that one, right? So you don't want to talk about who cleaned Abby's body? How about, should we really talk about who brought them there at the 4 a.m. hour or so? During the search, between this magical time of 10:30 p.m. and 4:30 a.m., who brought those dead girls there? What a fucking piece of shit you are. Uh-oh, did I skip a page? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I might have messed up. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, here we are. Excuse me. And look, if you're new to the community, keep in mind, I told you, we have an entire troll farm PR campaign, stalkers, harassers, creators, and flying monkeys hiding behind fake accounts who are doing exactly this. Okay. This is highly coordinated. This is the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop here. Whoever this is that they sent in to do this, guess what, guys? I hate to rain on your parade. There's 15 pages of this. We're just on page number 5. They sent in someone to provide. I just chose 15 of 20. There are 20 pages of this shit from this person. Do you understand what I'm presenting to you right now? And what this is indicative of? All right, here you go. Which other laundry list of unsubstantiated and hollow claims by defense did you believe? Every last one of the defense's claims were bogus, unsubstantiated, and deceptive, says prosecution shill. Not one of these turned out to be true. Okay, let's review your unsubstantiated hollow claims of the defense list. Opening bombshell. Hair wrapped around Abby's finger is from the other guy. Nope, it's just Kelsey's hair. I'll stop you there because you're going to gaslight the second half of that. Yes, it's Kelsey's hair. There are 2 hairs. The one with the root is Kelsey's. I wonder, who's the clump of hair belong to that was found over there by the bridge? Well, here we go with your spin, okay? Because I told you this troll farm, they spin. Every time a piece of news drops, they spin it hard. Okay? Listen to the spin. On the inside of Kelsey's hoodie that Abby was wearing, that's the spin. Are we going to pretend her hair wouldn't be on her own hoodie as a straggler from the washing machine? Please don't devolve into the Alec Jones and victim blame and shame. Well, first of all, Alex Jones has told a hell of a lot of truth over these years. Hell of a lot. Why do you think they're trying to silence him? They don't try to silence you when you're talking crazy talk. Okay. Anyone can ignore crazy talk. It's when you're telling them dirty fucking truths that they try to silence you. They try to take your platform. They try to run you off. They try to break you. They try to make you kill yourself. All the crazy shit. The other guy did it. This claim was defense's moldy bread and butter and the dream excuse of every criminal everywhere. The defense had plenty of time to provide proof, nexus, for any other third party being responsible for the crime. The reason they did not provide any proof is because there was no proof. Judge Gull gave them all the opportunity to do so before trial began. You can't make this shit up. This person don't believe this shit. Because I mean, bro, it's even obvious to the prosecution shills that judge provided roadblocks at every single turn. This is just complete fantasy world. The only person responsible was their client, Rick Allen. Go back and read that absolutely ridiculous Frank's memo from 2023 if you need a reminder. All hogwash, wild claims galore, and absolutely zero proof for any of it, peppered with flat out lies. Wait, you mean like Amber Holder? Like all the things she said? Yeah, so that's all lies and zero proof. Oh, you mean like Taylor Hornady? That's all lies, zero proof. Really? Oh, like Elvis Field's two sisters who were polygraphed by Stephanie Thompson, who happens to be murdered. Really? Frank's memo is flat out lies. Really? Like Brad Holder? Really? And Logan Holder? Really? Flat out lies. Okay, we'll see where that gets you. We'll see where that all gets you. Yeah, we'll see where this all gets you. They were transported. Blood at the scene was ample for it to have happened there. No. That's a lie. That's a lie. Libby's blood and footprints prove that Libby was killed there in that spot. Abby's does not. See, we speak facts here. The ground was saturated under Abby and on the hoodie she was wearing and numerous spots from Libby. No. The ground was not saturated. There was some blood on Abby's sweater that emanated from the very clean surgical wound that was given to her. Okay. There was zero blood on Abby's body. There was zero blood on Abby's pants. There was the cleaning and washing of Abby's body almost makes it appear as if Abby was deceased elsewhere from some other injury, bathed, dressed, transported to the crime scene, laid there, and then stabbed in the neck where she bled a little more. So yes, Abby was transported dead. Libby was transported alive. So I'm glad I got your facts straight on that. This is the fact finding mission. Friday Night Facts. Again, for those in the back, let's do it this way. For those in the back, Abby was transported dead to the crime scene and laid there, then stabbed in the neck, most likely. Libby was alive, transported alive at the crime scene, and murdered in cold blood there. But guess what, folks? Neither of those girls have a single defensive wound at all. From a knife wielding maniacal murderer, really? A lone wolf murderer with a knife maniacally killing two little teenage girls, and neither has a single defensive wound? Neither has tape residue. Neither has binding evidence. Here we go, another one, because the gaslight gets stronger. Human hand accessed the phone at 4:30 a.m. 4:30 a.m. Yes, 4:33 a.m. A mere minute after that newscast at 4:32 a.m. saying family members and searchers just got back out here. Da 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 da. Oh, magically, the same moment that you've just seen family members, that phone turns back on at 4:33 a.m. Nope, just the cell tower ping after the phone stopped acting up from water damage. Wait. I thought the phone stopped acting up at 10:32 p.m. when the headphone jack. So now you're saying that there's two incidents caused by water damage from a phone that had no water damage? Oh my God, you can't fuck around with these people, man. It's okay. You guys actually make shit up like it's going out of style. Then there's another gaslight about Bree and Betsy. Okay, Rick was there at noon and left at 1:30. Except Bree's phone photos and Fitbit and Betsy's Fitbit data proves Rick was arriving at Harvest Store Cam at 1:30 and not leaving. No, it doesn't. Like, that's the biggest fucking stretch in the world to come up with that statement. Oh, you guys are retarded, man. Literal retards. Or do you really are you really intelligent and you don't believe this? You're just doing your job. That's more likely. More like it. There was no DNA, so it can't be Richard Allen. What a sleight of hand this was. DNA, fingerprints, bullets are all calling cards of a killer, all circumstantial. All can implicate and convict the owner. They had Rick's bullet and Rick's confession. They didn't need his DNA. Don't look at the bullet. Don't look over here where there's no DNA or fingerprint. No, you stupid cunt. The bullet is questionable forensics. The confessions are coerced. And yes, you're right. There's no Rick DNA. So whose DNA is on those girls' sexual parts and in their vaginas? You want to talk about that, though. You don't want to talk about whose DNA is on Libby's breast. No, you don't want to talk about that. Whose DNA is all over both of those girls? Whose DNA is under their fingernails? It ain't Rick Allen's. Two mark forensics is junk science, except it's not, except it is. And then look, the unspent round was tested against other guns and determined to have been ejected from Rick's gun and only Rick's gun. Wait, what about not excluding Brad Weber's gun? It sounds like you're straight up lying. Like you are straight up lying. Like you are straight up lying. You're coming into my channel to straight up lie for who? For the family? For the state? For the killers? For yourself? Odinists were responsible. Sure, there are Odinists that live in Indiana, but again, there was no proof that Odinists, not Odinites, as written 95 times in Frank's Odinite is a rock, had anything whatsoever to do with Abby and Libby. Well, first of all, why are you see, you're nitpicking over words, which proves you're performing some sleight of hand here. You're saying the defense is stupid and all of us are stupid, and the entire thing is zero credibility because of the choice of a word of Odinite versus Odinist. Sure, that's logic. And then you come with the same old fucking I'm not even going to read that. Excuse me. I'm literally going to sit here till I go through this. Part 2. Ricky was treated so poorly in jail. He had a mental breakdown which caused false confessions after being forced psychotropic meds. Bruh, he malingered. Don't you know that's not the correct usage of that word? That's not the correct usage. Please go get a dictionary. April 3rd, he sees discovery and all the evidence against him. His attorneys tell him to stop confessing. His mom and wife tell him to stop confessing. He wanted to confess because he did it. He needed to feel comfort and release and needed to be heard and accepted. He lost his damn mind when those closest to him suppressed him. Stop blaming damn jail. He killed 2 little girls and he was locked up in his own mental prison because of it. He confessed before and after this very brief psychotic episode anyway. He told you he did it and you still won't believe it. He told his own mama when she said she didn't believe him, why would I say I did it if I didn't do it? Okay, look, bitch. We just went through all of those dates. No. April, he was tripping balls, even in May. But you're just going to ignore that, okay? Because you don't want to see reality. You want your fantasy world. Or you're just being paid to come here and type 20 pages or copy paste 20 pages worth of comments to try to confuse my listeners. There was another bridge guy there that day. It was Dave McCain in his red flannel shirt, aka flannel shirt guy, with camera around his neck, walking the trail after 3 p.m. despite the abduction timestamped at 12:13. What? No, it was not Dave McCain. It was someone dressed in all black. It was someone dressed in all black. That's the other person. Like, whoever was dressed in all black is the person that the witnesses saw. Remember, black boots, black hat, black hoodie, black jeans, all black. Tall, muscular. Brad Weber killed the girls. Defense's final desperate attempt at the other guy did it. Also, FYI, nothing mysterious about a man working regular work hours and having the timestamps to prove it. What? Man asking kids if they want candy from a white van 30 minutes away did it. No one heard screams. Defense asked their witnesses who were there from 3 to 4 after the girls were already expired. Probably would have helped if the defense called anyone there during the time of the murders between 2:30 and 3 p.m. There were no witnesses at that time to hear screams. If you are unaware, crime scene was a secluded spot in the woods and well away from the trail. No, it's not. No. It's less than an eighth of a mile. Less than eighth of a mile. It's near water, which reverberates. There's an echo. I've tested it personally. The reason there's no screams is because no one screamed. You know when there were screams? 12 hours later, when Taya Miller, who just so happens to be related to another Miller, and Kat Cole, who just happens to have her head blown off, Yeah, there were screams heard. The thing is, the timeline ain't right, is it? No. The screams that were heard would say somebody got killed at 2 a.m. But that doesn't work with your timeline. So those screams have to go away. Those screams have to not exist. Those screams, which were called or referenced as horror screams, are nothing. Those are nothing. Those are just nothing. The troll farm has been telling me for 2 years that those 2 a.m. screams are just nothing. Yeah, just nothing. That's just some kids playing. It's nothing. I know we have a complete search going allegedly for two murdered little kids or missing little girls, and there's horrific screams going down at the 2 a.m. hour. And but no, we're not going to check into that. The cops too busy. Volunteer firemen are too busy. The family's too busy. Mike Patty and the canoe's too busy. Everyone's too busy to give a shit about horrific screams that are sounding off at 2 a.m. because they don't fit the timeline of when you want those screams to be happening, which is 2 p.m. The closing bombshell. Someone plugged in headphones into Libby's phone at 5:45 p.m. and unplugged them at 10:30 p.m. Defense's final desperate attempt at twisting simple galaxy extraction data detonation from water damage into a human did it. A simple Google search showed that this is a common phenomena when water or dirt falls triggers the sensor. No, there's a difference between headphone mode and something physically triggering the little trigger on the inside of that jack. You see, you're a gaslighter. Here down at the bottom, his appeals will be equally unsuccessful. Oh, bitch, you wish. You wish. You wish. You wish. The defense blew their wad on all their third party, the other guys, in both June 23 and July 24 hearings. They had every chance and failed to prove any nexus because the person responsible was sitting next to them the entire time. Ooh, you got us with that statement. Oh, that was a clinch. You clinched it right there. That person responsible was sitting next to them the entire time. You're an evil bitch. You are a very fucking evil person. These were all just diversions to make you think that there weren't three smoking guns in this case. Rick Allen was locked in as bridge guy, the aggravated kidnapper. Rick's calling card, the bullet, was found at the crime scene. Rick confessed to it all over and over and over again. Bridge guy, felony murder. Bullet, brutal murder. Malice murder. Check, check, and check. The jury got it right. You got it wrong. He confessed before Haldol. He confessed and after Haldol. Haldol started on April 14th. Lies. 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 Return to normal non-psychosis baseline on May 1st. Lies. Lies. This is all lies. Look at it. Okay, here. Before. Rick told Dr. Walla, April 5th, 2 days after attorneys presented evidence against him, I killed Abby and Libby. I am sorry. Remember, this is when they had already force medicated him. He was already banging his head on the wall. He was already undergoing psychosis. They had already altered or changed the documentation methods. Rick became tearful. He said he committed the murders on his own, made sure the girls were dead so they wouldn't suffer. No one helped him. He knew they were dead before he left the scene. Said his intentions were sexual in nature, though they were thought they were 18, 19, and had been selfish all his life. That he was a coward and took their lives to preserve his own. Rick said he wanted to apologize to the girls' families and wish he could go back and change his action. Rick told Wiley he had a sex addiction and his intentions with the eighth grade girls were sexual. She said Rick claimed he molested his sister and experimented sexually with children at his age. when he was a kid, he said he was an alcoholic since 20. What is all this shit? After May 3rd, no signs of psychosis. Bullshit. We just gave you the dates. All the way to mid-May, he was still fucked up in the head. Rick recounted details to Walla of what he did on February 13, 2017. He said he went to his parents' house that morning. They were going to lunch, but instead he got a 6-pack of beer and drank 3 and saved the rest for later. He went back home and bundled up, and he went to the trail where he laid in wait. He saw Abby and Libby, followed them across the bridge, and ordered them to go down the hill. He said he did something to his gun and thought that was when the cartridge came out. He said he wanted to rape them, but he was startled by a van, and that's when Rick ordered the girls across the creek and slit their throats and covered their bodies with tree branches. Dr. Waller notes psychotic, and organized in his telling of the crime. Where'd you get all this shit? Who's writing all this? Where'd you get all this? Because this ain't in a public record. And you do realize that Rick confessed in 2023 and Gray heard about the confession in 2024, right? So that doesn't make sense that Gray and Walla were in cahoots. Gray has never spoken with Walla ever. What? Well, first of all, unless you are Gray Hughes, how would you know whether or not Grace Hughes has ever spoken with Walla? Question. I'll quote, Gray has never spoken with Walla ever. How would you know? Either you are Gray or you're believing Gray's words willy-nilly, as if he wouldn't want to lie about talking with Walla in order to protect Walla. Let's continue because there's 15 pages of this. Okay. First off, you posted a Gray Hughes video from 2024, a year after Rick's confession in 2023. What do you think that's supposed to prove? Other than a year after Rick's confession, Gray caught wind of it, and not from Walla, wink, wink. And not from Walla, wink, wink. Gray and Walla have never once spoken to each other. Oh, how do you know? How do you know that Gray and Walla have never once spoken to each other? No van connected to the crime was ever mentioned before Rick's confession. What? No van connected to the crime was ever mentioned before Rick's confession? That's outright bullshit. That's outright bullshit. We all know that for years, people have discussed a van. As a matter of fact, there's footage from the Harvest store that shows a white van. No, it's from Packers. I apologize. I believe it's from Packers. There's footage that it was sent to me 2 years ago of that stupid fucking van. Remember the footage I'm talking about that shows this van, I believe it's behind Packers or something? People are talking about that van. And like I've mentioned, in the helicopter footage from February 14th itself, there's the van in the Weber driveway, and it's white, and it's Weber's, and it's parked in the driveway. No van connected to the crime was ever mentioned before Rick's confession. Gray and Walla have never once spoken to each other. That's either a misunderstanding or a bald assertion on your part. You mean bold? The only rumors and crazy conspiracies come from you when accusations are admissions. Secondly, let's talk about Andrea Burkhart. She's a defense lawyer, so she's pro-defense, and she was living vicariously through the defense's eyes. And like you, she died on that hill. Oh, really? Oh, we're going to slander Burkhart? Before we get into the Burkhart slander, let me just remind you, I posted on Twitter that they have made literally at least at a minimum 3 Burkhart spoof sock accounts. Do you guys know that? Sorry, I'm having a little. Do you guys know they have created 3 at a minimum Andrea Burkhart spoof sock accounts? What they do is they go into true crime channels pretending to be Andrea and they say, call me on WhatsApp. And they give a fake number. They give a WhatsApp number. And they say other stupid shit. So if Andrea Burkhart was so nothing and such a weirdo conspiracy theorist, why are you making fake accounts? You seem to be pretty concerned about what people think she's saying because you're going through all the trouble of making at a minimum 3 fake accounts pretending to be her. Let's get back into the 2 of them of that dumbass Dan died on that hill, jealous of Andre. That's Kristen. Changed my mind. Yeah, or is it Gray Pubes? Or is it Jinx 13? Or is it Mark Cohen? Who is this? Let's keep going. Her defense-minded view limits her perception and conclusions. The defense put forth ridiculous claim after ridiculous claim, and Andrea talked her way through each day as if those claims are true and got confused when they didn't pan out. The sticks weren't Odinism. The bodies weren't transported. The time of death was determined by the coroner to be 3 p.m. ish, 41 to 40 hours from 8 a.m. autopsy, and not the next day. There was ample blood at the scene. The cell phone wasn't touched by human hands at 4:30 a.m. Rick does look and sound like BG. The firearm tumor forensics is not junk science. Andrea was all aboard the junk science train. Defense teams everywhere fight hard to discredit two-mark analysis because once introduced, it's all but over for the defendant. Just as much as DNA is, two-mark analysis of Rick's unspent round is about as sound as having his DNA. Didn't you hear how pristine and clean the cartridge looked, like it was freshly dropped there? Taken in with the entirety of all circumstantial evidence, it is a solid and critical piece of the puzzle. She acted like she struggled to keep up because she was choosing to be limited by defense's misdirecting and sometimes absurd position arguments. It's apples to apples. It's apples to more defined apples. The ejector and extractor leaves a fingerprint, 2 markings on the primer end of the bullet, which is unaffected by whether the gun is racked or fired, unchanged and unaltered. Expansion from gases and pressure changes when a gun is fired will only affect the cartridge casing. The primer end, very back end of the cartridge that makes the contact with the ejector does not change, and nor does the pattern of ejector markings. Think partial fingerprint versus full fingerprint. It's still the same fingerprint, but it's just one more pronounced than the other. Oberg saw faint marks when she racked the gun, knowing that firing will leave harder impressions. She confirmed by firing the gun to imprint the exact same pattern as the faint impressions. Bullshit. That was a mouthful of bullshit. Unfucking believable bullshit. Like, first of all, it's exactly like Baldwin and Razi said. Apples to oranges. You're trying to match an unfired round. The only way you can match it is by firing it. Uh-uh. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, y'all. The only way that works that way is if you have a reloaded round. So do we have a reloaded round, or is it junk science? Who is this? This was what the defense's experts said. I, Eric Warren, in all my unaccredited glory, do not trust the accredited experts process, so you shouldn't accept their results, which I admit if I actually had hands-on tested it, I too would be in agreement with Oberg. I also never said this bullet is not a match. I also once testified in a different trial that a person cannot make any conclusion if they don't have hands-on tests. Just another in the long lines of cute little diversions by the defense in this case and trial. He was not hired by the defense to hands-on test it for obvious reasons. The defense doesn't believe their own firearms forensics is junk science. BS. They know good and well that cartridge matched to Rick's gun. I think that you are trying to fool the entire public. You're trying to sway public opinion in my comment section using, like, this is a sheer fantasy. You just said an entire fantasy. Should we really go back and look at what Warren said? Yeah, no, you see, you don't want to bring up the valid points that round does not match that gun unless fired, and Weber's could not be excluded. Make that make sense. Look at the bottom here. Maybe Carroll County and state authorities and the prison and jails and judge were all colluding with federal authorities and adjacent county authorities looking the other way to cover up and protect a group of random delinquent drug-using skinheads and mentally retarded man from Logansport, Delphi, and Rushville. And Rick was the fall guy. Professionals prepared to lie and to sacrifice their careers and integrity to protect a couple of randos. Poor Rick, the conspiracy machine got him. Yeah. Because what if what they're protecting is not the murder of Abby and Libby, but an entire drug trafficking and pedophile network? Don't you think that a bunch of Masons might get together to protect an entire pedophilia and meth trafficking network that controls the entire Midwest? Since you like to gaslight and argue about logical fallacies, look, another page. This is only page 10, an entire page. This is literally an entire page. This is literally an entire, look at this. One comment. Who the fuck is this? Really? Who is this? Part one. What did the defense try to argue? The bullet could have come from any of the investigators' guns. Here we come with another lie. Except all investigators carried police-issued 9mm guns, not 40 caliber like Riggs 6 Hour. No. In 2017, many officers carried 40 caliber. Remember, it was the primary caliber of choice for law enforcement and FBI. That's why it's called, 40 caliber is called the FBI round for a reason. Except all investigators carry. You can't compare an unspent round to a fired round. It's not apples to apples. Yeah, exactly right. But here you go with the gaslight. It's apples to apples. It's apples to more defined apples. The ejector and extractor leaves fingerprint 2 markings on the primer end of the bullet, which is unaffected by whether the gun is racked or fired. Unchanged, unaltered. Expansion from gases and pressure. Remember this whole paragraph? Remember I told you this is copy pasted. Okay, this is coming from WordPerfect or Microsoft Word or Notepad, or this is coming from some place that this has been created. They didn't realize that they had already copy pasted this paragraph. See, so they come and they copy pasted one that they had already copy pasted. But it was inconclusive. No, it was definitely conclusive. They spent an hour at trial going over Oberg's extensive and decorated credentials, the expert doing expert things. Does that mean anything? Who is this? At Mablenay. At Mablenay. Who is at Mablenay? Hey, you sleuths out there. Figure out who this is. Figure out who this is at Mablenay. Someone figure out who this is. The conclusion was even peer reviewed. Rick's unspent round definitely matched the fingerprint 2 markings. Blah, 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 blah. Shilling. Why are you trying so hard to convince people in my comment section? But they couldn't rule out Weber's gun. Yes, they ruled it out in the end. Science is easily perverted, twisted, spun by defense to sound like it wasn't Rick's gun. There was no 100% or exact matches in scientific disciplines, including DNA. Hence, cannot be excluded remark, which is nothing more than a scientific formality. If anyone else ever testifies to 100%, then they would be lying under oath. The only way you could say 100% is if all the guns on planet Earth are tested against Rick's gun. Same for DNA. It's never 100% because it's 8 billion, not all 8 billion humans. Best DNA can be tested against, hence 99.9% is the best they will ever testify to. 1% cannot be concluded versus 99% it came back Rick's gun. This misdirected focus stems from 2009, when defense lawyers NAS and PCAST attacked the applied sciences for personal career gain and win-loss records. Forensic 2-mark analysis is not junk science. Junk science is what defense attorneys all across the nation want you to believe when they can win more cases. It's nothing more than a bad faith, bias, and misleading attack on science. What the fuck? Who are you? Just as 2-mark analysis is circumstantial evidence, so is DNA fingerprint analysis. And any one of those are smoking gun. The bullet was a smoking gun in this case. Rick Allen's confessions are also a smoking gun in this case. So 2 smoking guns and 3 smoking guns when you figure out the DELPHI digital footprint that locks Rick Allen in as bridge guy. Once again, we're going with the 3 talking points, right? Who is this? At Mablenay. Look at this, part 2. Another essay. Defense hired Eric Warren to support their bogus claim that firearms forensics is junk science, and here is the thorough explanation. This was what the defense's expert said. I, Eric Warren, and all of my unaccredited sounds familiar, doesn't it? Another copy paste. Another copy paste. Another copy paste. You see what these people are doing? These people, they're putting together talking points. So this means this comes from pre-established talking points that have been composed in this manner for the copy and pasting and spamming all over YouTube. And they were so I guess excited about spamming my chat, they didn't realize they were copy pasting multiple times over each other. So we have duplicates. So this paragraph here I read for you earlier about the Eric Warren, right? The Eric Warren gaslight. In all of my unaccredited glory, I do not trust the accredited experts process, blah, 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 blah. Just another in the long line of cute little diversions. You've heard that before too. Now they go and further elaborate. See, they add a little. They add a little. Eric Warren is certified as a two-mark examiner, but his CMS process is unaccredited. CMS is not the accredited national standard, and herein lies the problem with Warren's credibility. His certification doesn't even require continuing education. This guy was an inexperienced child, while Oberg was an experienced adult. He even conceded as much in testimony. Warren cited a Rhode Island crime lab as the reason to not trust Oberg, but it was an apples to oranges comparison. It was a case of inexperienced examiners under weak technical lead, and the particular case was misidentification of shear marks in the casing of a fired round as well as breech face marks and fire ping impressions. All of this is unrelated to the Delphi case, not ejector marks or primer end, which is unaffected by cycling versus firing. In this Rhode Island case, it was those policies and procedures that were responsible for misidentification. This is a case unrelated to the 1%, 2% error rate of two-mark examination due to inexperience. During Oberg's testimony, they spent the first hour going over Oberg's extensive and decorated credentials. Oberg is as strong a technical lead as they come. Who the fuck is this? Like, look. Listen, I don't talk like this. How the fuck is someone rando YouTube account holder called Mabelnay, who goes by the way, the username is Gadget Ball. Okay, Gadget Ball is, so I'm giving you the handle as Mabelnay, at Mabelnay. The username is Gadget Ball. Do any of you know who Gadget Ball is? Mabelnay? How does this person supposedly know all of this? Okay. How does this person know about Warren's CMS process being unaccredited and not a national standard? And herein lies the problem. And his certification, what it requires, what it does not, and how the 1%, 2% error rate in the Rhode Island crime lab, blah, 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 blah. How does this person know all of these paragraphs they're writing? Where's this all coming from? More essays. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Gadget Ball. Look at this shit. How do we know Ricky was bridge guy? The timestamps from Harvest Store Cam, Bree's photo times, Blair's Fitbit times matched up to Rick's 2017 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. time, not Rick's 2022 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. time. That doesn't mean, listen, that doesn't mean Rick is bridge guy. That means you might have got the time wrong and the witnesses wrong. Rick's Ford Focus was seen on Hoosier Harvest Store Cam at 1:27 p.m. traveling towards CPS where he said he parked. Walking 1,000 foot with purpose, as Rayleigh testified, would put him at Freedom Bridge entrance to the trail, passing Rayleigh and Bree right around 1:35 p.m. Rayleigh and Bree saw bridge guy as they were walking off the trail about to reach Freedom Bridge area. Their phone photo timestamp was 1:26 when they were at bench 1, so meandering another 1,300 feet towards Freedom Bridge would put them at seeing bridge guy around 1:35 p.m. at the Freedom Bridge entrance part of the trail. Rick was self-reported seeing Bree and Ray there too. He described her long brown hair and that the group looked like they were sisters, which they are. But before this, they had cleared the entire length of the trail starting at 12:25 p.m. when they first arrived at the trail, walking all the way down the bridge at 12:45 p.m. Time-stamped photo and seeing no bridge guy or Rick Allen before making their way back up to the bench 1:26 p.m. photo timestamp, and then seeing Rick for the first time around 1:35 p.m. Bridge guy walking with purpose would take 10 minutes to get to High Bridge platform 1. So 1:45 p.m. Betsy Blair's Fitbit data log timestamps have her at the old State Road 25 loop passing under Bree and Rayleigh on the overpass as they were walking away from trail system at 1:46 p.m. Despite Rayleigh's account of that time being 2:15, a good example of fallible recognition versus the infallible digital footprint. Well, let's ask you this, bitch. Uh, why couldn't either any one of those witnesses look at Rick Allen and say, "Yep, he's the guy I saw out there that day"? Or alternatively, why could they not have looked at Rick Allen and say, "Yeah, he's the one that I meant to represent in that sketch"? Or why did they not say, I saw this guy out there and he was a short little guy. He was kind of short. He was about my height or shorter. He was at least 5'3" or 5'4". He was a small little guy, kind of a little gut. He was a little guy. I saw this little guy in his 40s. Oh, no, but they didn't, did they? No, instead, they described a tall, muscular guy in his 20s. Tall, muscular 20s, short, shrimpy with a gut in his 40s. They couldn't look at him and say, "He's the one I saw that day." They couldn't look at the sketches and say, "He's the one we meant to represent in those sketches." Then this person goes on to reference shit that doesn't matter. Blair caught Harvester camera caught Blair driving toward Mears at 1:47. Blair walks down the bridge and sees bridge guy, who is Rick Allen. No, who you're claiming is Rick Allen. This is the minute before kidnapping. She guesstimated, testified the distance to be 50 feet, but the actual distance is over 100 feet. More fallible witness recollection. That doesn't matter when you have the timestamps. Abby and Libby dropped off at Mears, allegedly. And Kelsey's car seen on Harvester cam at 1:49. Yeah, and for years they had said about 1 or 1:15, 1:25, 1:30, 1:35, 1:40, 1:45. Now it's 1:49. And blah, 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 blah. 2:13 is when down the hill, blah, blah, blah. And if you don't know what fallible and infallible means, it's okay to be smart. Look it up. Oh, really? So you're going to come and disrespect my channel members like that? Okay. Okay. I see what you're doing. Part 2. Timestamps proved Allen's self-report in 2017 of being there that day from 1:30 to 3:30. No, they didn't. See, you're convoluting two things. You're convoluting two things. This is the problem people have with you people. The problems that people have with you people, you want people to convolute and confuse separate realities. So you think because these girls saw someone, okay, what is true? Yes, it's true. Those girls have digital timestamps to various aspects of their timeline. True. What's not true, that those timestamps of those girls can be connected directly to Rick Allen. That's the convolution. That's the gaslight. Because you're trying to take something that is real, that is forensic, that is infallible, and you're trying to put it onto, you're projecting it onto Rick Allen, like that makes Rick Allen the guilty. Guess what? Rick Allen ain't in his 20s. Rick Allen ain't tall and muscular. Rick Allen wasn't dressed in all black. None of those could look at Rick Allen and say he's the one. It gets worse because we're dealing with a cunt. Timestamps prove Allen's self-report, blah, 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 blah. Wait, didn't I just read that? Okay, maybe not. Why did the prosecution never ask, did you see that guy in the courtroom? Because Bridge Guy was covered head to toe in clothing, including his face. He was in full on disguise. Duh. That's why the digital footprint was invaluable. If it had Rick dead to rights. What? Dead to rights? I've never heard that phrase either. Who uses that phrase, dead to rights? No need for positive feature identification when Rick himself admitted to being there. No, he didn't. Admitted to seeing the witnesses who saw him at the beginning of the trail. No, he didn't. Admitted to being on the bridge at the same time Betsy saw him just before the abduction. No, he didn't. And these witnesses clearing the entire trail from 1225 to 214, seeing no Bridge Guy doppelgangers. Yes, they saw someone in their 20s who was tall and muscular, who's not Rick Allen, dressed in all black. You see what I mean about this? Who is this? For real. This is ridiculous. Okay, let's get to the next one. Part 3. How well would you be able to describe a man in detail from 120 feet away at a moment's glance? It was Betsy Blair who provided sketch number 2, the younger guy sketch. Wait, I thought it was a new technology, according to Kelsey. For years, it was a new technology, according to Kelsey. Now it's Betsy Blair? Interesting. From 120 feet away, you can barely distinguish a hat under a hooded jacket or poofy hair. How tall would someone look as you were passing by and not thinking the moment you bullshit? But Sarah Carbaugh saw him without face covering, up close and personal. She provided sketch number 1, which was a near exact match. No, she didn't. For years, they said it was a composite sketch. Jerry Holman said it. Doug Carter said it. Riley said it. It was a composite sketch. Composite sketch. But now all of a sudden, Sarah Carbo produced this sketch, right? Oh, how convenient. A near exact match. Really? Well, if that's true, why was there no blood in his car? And why was he wearing tan? Didn't Sarah Carbo said he's wearing a tan hoodie or sweater and he's covered in blood like he slaughtered a hog? And then you want me to believe he got in his car, drove away, didn't leave no blood in that car? How tall would someone look as you were passing by and not thinking in the moment that you need to remember every damn detail? Sarah Carbo, This is not just a story the prosecution made up. It's confirmation of everyone's whereabouts, independent from remembering, blah, 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 blah. The timestamps disprove his story that changed the blah, 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 blah. And it mirrors interest, Ask yourself what the timelines of event, blah, blah, blah. Bridge Guy was undoubtedly Rick Allen. Like, I'm telling you right now, whoever this person is, there's something wrong here. If you haven't figured that out, that something is wrong here, look at how many pages. These are essays. Look, another one. Okay, flipping a page. These are essays. So up here, nobody nothing says, speaking of geofencing, why wouldn't they allow the geofencing data at the trial? Nobody nothing. I love you. You know I love you. This is the response to why no geofencing. None of that matters. Oh, you mean the 3 people who were malingering around the crime scene at the very times the state alleges this was taking place, and at the very times something was plugged into that headphone jack? You're meaning that has no matter to the case of Abby and Libby? That's fallible witness recall. What matters is the infallible digital footprint. It was Abby and Libby, and their phone's data proves it. Kelsey dropped him off at 1:48 and was seen by Harvester Cam leaving. Well, no. So you're trying to make us believe now that the geofencing shows Abby and Libby and Kelsey? Like, what are you even? This is zero sense, nonsensical here. It's a known fact that people who perceive a threat will often say they look taller and bigger than they really are. But again, that doesn't matter because all the digital data proves witnesses were where they said they were. Ricky was where he said he was. Well, how do you know that? Because there's no Ricky digital data. Abby Libby was seen by Blair around 1:56 p.m. No. You're assuming that was Abby and Libby she saw. See, that's where all of this fucking pretend fake narrative. How do you know all of these? Look at all of these facts. Look at all of these. Blah, 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 156. Bree was seen by Blair at 146, 10 minutes earlier at the other end of the overpass, leaving the trail after she turned around to the barrier, which is 120 feet away from the platform 1, where she saw Rick just minutes before the abduction. We know that she saw because the Libby's phone movement proves it, and her photos on the bridge align with the movement too. Her photos on the bridge, you mean the one of the fake photo of Abby that is not on her phone? Is that what you mean? Oh, the one with the photoshopped addition of the timestamp from the Snapchat timestamp that was added after it was created. That means it doesn't come from Snapchat, and it doesn't come from the victim's phone. The one that was found on the internet. That's part of your evidence in your fairy tale narrative. Do you know what fallible and infallible means? And do you think you could discern a hat from poofy hair from 125? Young versus middle age? No, ridiculous. See, everything you're saying. What about Rayleigh? You're forgetting about Rayleigh's testimony, aren't you? Rayleigh's description, which is golden. You see, you motherfuckers didn't think that Rayleigh would get her ass on that stand and tell the fucking truth. See, God sent us a little angel called Rayleigh Voorhees. And Rayleigh sat her little pretty ass on that stand and told the absolute fucking truth. And all of you assholes are fucked because of it. Mm-hmm. Rick's eyes were probably blown out and dilated from his anticipation of the hunt. The digital footprint and Rick's own 2017 admission is what matters here. That locks Rick in as bridge guy 100%. Are you retarded? Are you retarded? Because you're really acting like a fucking retard. Like someone has basically given you all of this in paragraph format to copy paste into YouTube comments, and you're a retard. There's zero critical thinking going on in this brain of yours. Sketch number 1 was spot on Rick Allen, provided by Sarah Carbo when she drove just several feet by him. No, if that was the case, why didn't Sarah Carbo's lying ass look and say, yeah, I saw him? Because even her lying ass didn't say that. For years, they said it's a composite sketch based on several witnesses' descriptions, blah, 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 and the video of who they believe, blah. It was always a composite sketch that was put together from several different blah, blah, blah until now. And now it's Sarah Carbo's sketch, who got on the witness stand, was an idiot, was combative, didn't tell the truth, and also didn't look at Rick Allen and say, I saw him. Sketch number 2 was younger looking, provided by Betsy Blair when she was 120 feet away. So, of course, that one was off. No. For years, they said it was from a new technology. Hey, I have Kelsey on video saying that. So, was that sketch from new technology? A change of direction, blah, blah, blah? Or is it, as you say now it's Betsy Blair? So how in the fuck do both sketches suddenly change provenance? Suddenly, just willy-nilly. Here's another one. Look at this fucking essay here. Part 1. How about the Frank's memo? Do you believe any of it? Do you know the difference between Odinite and Odinist? I saw the crime scene photos, and I also saw the bogus illustration leaked by the defense pre-trial. Nothing represented runes on or Odinism. Just because defense said it doesn't mean it's true. Hello, dick face. I have the crime scene photos. I have them. It absolutely looks like Odinist and occult ideas of what Odinist. It looks like an attempt at some occultism. Nothing represented runes or Odinism. False. I have a video called Symbolism at the Crime Scene. Everyone, please go watch it. Please go watch my video called Symbolism at the Crime Scene. You'll see exactly what I think. You'll see exactly what I think. There's zero question. If you go watch my video called Symbolism at the Crime Scene, you will have zero question about what I think. Just because defense said it doesn't mean it's true. Time for common sense check. White supremacist nationalist group doesn't kill 2 white people. Yes, they do. They often kill white people. Guess what? White supremacists often kill white people because they're criminals first, white second. Odinite is a rock and used 95 times in the Frank memo, and Frank's is the last name of a person. It's named after. It's not possessive. It's Odinist and Frank's memo. None of that matters. All of that is a waste of words. It's an attempt at slander or discrediting through making someone seem stupid. Listen, the semantics or the nitpicking of the words used in those documents, it's not what's at stake here. It was a Hail Mary, not a Hail Odin. Cute. That's cute. Defense interpreted the runes. There were no runes to mean Hail Odin, except the rune they interpreted Hail Odin from actually refers to hailstone, not hi, how are you? And the bloody F on the tree that was interpreted to mean the Futhark Ansu's F wasn't even an F. It was missing the lower stem, as evidenced by CSI luminescence, nor were the stems pointing downward. Blah, 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 blah. Look, Symbolism at the Crime Scene. You'll see exactly what I think. The Frank's memo was a desperate attempt at blaming the other guy. Fun fact, Frank's memo was a filing to suppress search warrants. Only 13 of those 136 pages address that. Blah, 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 blah. Listen, bitch, none of what you're saying matters. None of what you're saying matters. Okay? It'll be handled on appeal. Okay, here we go. Part 2 down here. Part 2. We got another. Busted. We got another copy paste from the word processing software. We got another copy paste. Check it. You've already heard this before. Crime QAnon puts that shit on everything. Frank's Red Hot Garbage. You see? I read that to you about 2 hours ago when this shit started. That was one of the first ones. Yeah. And regarding the third party, the other guys, the defense was given every opportunity in both June 2023 and July 24 hearing to prove nexus. They failed because the person responsible was sitting next to them the whole time. Sound familiar? So I've already read that one too. So that's another whole copy paste. See? They forgot they had already copy pasted that whole paragraph. To be clear, there may have been significance to how the branches were laid, but not anything Odinism. The branches did appear to pin down and constrain all limbs, and undoing by covering the wounds, and attempt by reversing the murder. No, that's the guilty. That's the troll farm talking point. Is it's an undoing. That's been the troll farm talking point. It's not runes. It's an undoing. It's not runes. It's an undoing. It's not runes. It's an undoing. Except go look at him yourself. Okay. If it wasn't, it's just a hasty attempt to cover the bodies. That's troll farm talking points. Not anything but runes, anything but Odinist, anything but runes, anything but Odinist. No Odinism, no runes anywhere, not even an F on the tree, no antlers, nothing. Libby was dragged by her left arm. Her left arm, not right arm, was up over her head. The tree was off to her side, not directly above her head. No magician. Yes, look at my video called Symbolism at the Crime Scene. And look at how they're going. This person is legit. Like, this person right here is specifically attacking my video called Symbolism at the Crime Scene. Look, no magician. That's what I said, that Libby was posed as magician. Okay, so Abby's hands are tucked in the hoodie over her chest, not behind her back. Abby was not flipped 180 degrees from Libby to signify hanging upside down. No hanging man. Go look at my video, because that's another thing in my video. Good luck finding any Futhark runes in those branches. There are none. The word of the day here will be pareidolia. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Gadget Ball. At Mabel Nay. Gadget Ball. I just subjected you to 15 pages out of the 20 pages of comments they left on my channel in the past couple days. Can you believe it? Who is that? Who would go through all of that? I'm telling you, it's like I said, these are very well formulated talking points. It shows an agenda here. There's a really deep agenda. There's a really it's insidious, insidious agenda here. And I ask you, keep in mind, this these are the same people who stalk, harass, hack, threaten to kill, dox, spoof. Who? Why this effort? You've got the conviction of Richard Allen from a jury of 12. Why all this fire? I mean, come on, y'all. Think about it. Why sit there? Look at it again. Listen, let's start. Let me do it one more time, okay? Look, look, just watch. Look at the screen real quick. Paragraph after paragraph after paragraph after paragraph. Like I said, this is just 75% of it. There were 20 pages of this. I chose 15. When in your life have you ever seen anything like that? Let me do this. Man, I tell you, that was a stressful. I told you it was going to be a trip. That was a stressful trip. Okay, that took a lot out of me. And this is supposed to be our Friday show. Okay? It's supposed to be our Friday show. Good times. We're supposed to be having good times, and I'm dealing with that. All right, let's see. Trust me, there's like 90 something. Let me see. All right. 106. Okay. So let me share this with you because I want everyone here to go over there. All right. Let's do it that way. I'm gonna give you guys a homework project. Okay, here's your homework project. Um, okay, there's your homework project. That's where those comments exist. Okay. Please go over there and leave some comments. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up, man. This shit is wackyville. There's absolutely no way I could have made up like anything. This shit is whackville, bro. This shit is whackville. Just give me a moment while this shit is Whackville. And this is your Delphi murders. Remember how I started? You've got two, for the new people. This is what you're dealing with Delphi murders. You've got two contingents. You've got the Whackville, these people. And like I said, keep in mind, they got what they were allegedly aiming for, right? Which is prosecution, conviction of Rick Allen. They got it. And still, they're still trying to target us on this side, get our IP addresses, hack us, use the prosecutor's email to do so. They're still coming in our channels, leaving shit like this that you just spent 4 hours listening to. Essays, copy pasted from some talking points. Delphi murders. And you come in thinking it's some organic process. It's just a normal thing. It's just the Delphi murders. No, baby. It ain't just the Delphi murders. Okay. Whatever's going on here, it's something big. It's something big. It's something big here. Can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you what it ain't. You just start digging around there. Just start digging around. You're going to find comment after comment. It's where I linked, okay? It's in there. Yeah. I guess I'm all burned out. I'm done. I guess I'm done. You guys had amazing comments tonight. I'm sorry that what's the project? Oh, go to this post that I pinned and start reading Gadget Ball's comments. Mabel Nays. Start reading them and comment. Comment. I guess that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you, go over there and respond. Let Mabel Nay know what you think. Yeah, go let the poster of like I said, let's do it again. Of all of these essays. Let the poster of all of these essays. Let them know your opinions. Oh my gosh, you can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up. And guess what? No one, like whoever this is this invested to do this for free? To spend hours and hours writing that shit? Like think about it. 20 pages. Hours and hours and hours and hours and typing on the phone. Oh, I got to go get the data. I got to get the data. I got to get the quotes from the notebook. I got to really. That's how passionate you are about the Delphi murders, even though you got your conviction. Anyway, this will be available on the replay. This will be available on the replay. So hopefully those who watch, because you guys got to understand, let's see, there's 369 of you here right now, 369 watching live. Hey, everybody. It will be tenfold in 24 hours. We'll have 3,690, okay? There's going to be 3,000 people see this. I wish every one of them would go leave a comment. But I'm telling you, you can't. This person doing this for the 20 people in the comment section or the 100 people in the comment section, really? You think somebody's going to work that hard for 100 people or 20 people? Um, well, look, so I am tired. My neck is killing me, but I just want to repeat to you guys again, happy Thanksgiving. Sorry I missed it yesterday, but I was in no shape to even be sitting up. All right. Um, but please do support the channel. I'll give my commercial now, which is please support the channel. Oh, and that reminds me, I forgot to tell you what's going on. Okay. Please, okay, I'll put it this way. I always ask you to support the channel just as a nicety and to help me keep going. But here's the thing right now that I have going. Today, which was Black Friday, um, I maxed out the credit card to invest in my next piece of gear for this channel. Okay, so basically, I don't want to tell you what it is yet, but basically maxed out the credit card on a Black Friday deal for the next important piece that I needed for this channel, which is going to make the quality better, which is going to make me be able to make all my videos much better. That might give you an indication of what it is, but I just made a large purchase of a piece of technology that's going to help me make this channel better and make more content more quickly, et cetera, et cetera. Because I don't know, I've been struggling with my technology, you know, uh, with glitches and stuff. Okay, I've been having these glitches and problems, and every time I try to make a video, it takes 4 hours. So it's been a lot of problems in making content. So today, since it was Black Friday and it was an excellent deal, I decided I'd be waiting. I've been waiting for 2 years to upgrade some components and I said, well, you know what? Today was the day that I have to just go ahead and invest. So it might take a week or two. I don't know how long shipping will take, but uh, I had to go ahead and do that. So what I'm saying about the commercial tonight is not just a commercial, but sort of a fundraiser. So help me out with the technology. I made a massive purchase that's going to at least last 5 more years. So it's going to keep me going for some years, and it's going to make me. I'll be able to make videos, the legit videos, way faster, way better. I'll be able to do live streams with less glitching, like I've been having. So anyway, I'm trying to basically put that announcement out that I would love if you want to contribute to that fundraiser to help me kick down. And it's kind of nice because it's on the credit card. It's going to be like monthly payments. So it's on the credit card, but I'm going to be paying it off over the course of the year as monthly payments rather than a one-time, huge chunk. So with that being said, it's part of my commercial tonight. Keep in mind that I do have my fundraiser going now for the purchase that I made. It's and we'll be doing it on a monthly basis. So don't even worry that you got to help me out tonight. It's not like that. But basically, I made a nice purchase, and so I'll be paying it off via the credit card. And so when I do my regular calls for support, I'll say also, remember, I just bought something. So yeah, please support the channel. If you're on the replay, that option is available to you as well. We also have the Cash App if you want to send it directly to me. All the ways to support the channel, please do that. We appreciate it. And especially on the replay, hitting down that comment section is the greatest contribution you can make, because everyone who was here in chat tonight, they did an amazing job of chatting and keeping the chat going. But those of you who are on the replay, you're not in the live chat, but you can watch the live chat and you can leave a comment down below. So before you get out of here, please leave a comment and please hit the like, because they do make the channel nicer, and I appreciate that. So anyway, with all that said, I want to thank everyone for being here. And oh, here you go. So thank you to, who is this? Meow Meow. Let me find it. Thank you so much. You're already sending super chats. Thank you. So yeah, also I mentioned we have the Buy Me a Coffee, the Cash App, the merchandise store, and the super chats. And I'm probably forgetting stuff, but we have multiple support pathways. So thanks for supporting. Um, let's see. I'm looking now for who just sent that. Malibu says I'm about to watch again because I came in 2 hours late. Yeah, please put up with the commercials as well because I do monetize the channel because even though it's just pennies, uh, it adds up over the months. So as the months go by, it turns into dollars. So apologize for the commercials, but YouTube has commercials. I felt like we need all the help we can get. But oh, there you go, Valencia's mom. Thank you for Valencia's mom is our first contributor to the upgraded technology. So Valencia's mom, thank you very much. Lovely people here. Yes, thank you, Valencia's mom. And make 2 minute shorts. Well, guess what? With that new piece of equipment, I'm going to be able to make everything like this. Like you don't understand. I'll announce it once it arrives. How about that? I'll show you the box. So when it arrives, I'll show you the box. That'll make everyone happy. Okay. Into the Void, CA 27.99. Thank you, Into the Void. Uh, super chat. Thank you very much. 27.99 Canadian. Okay. Okay. Yeah, who is Mabel Nay Gadget Ball? Because who are you working for? I want to know who you're working. Who's paying your salary? Who are you working for? There's something suspicious. Meow meow. Thank you for new device and dramatic reading. Awesome. Well, and hey, thank you to Gadget Ball for the content tonight. Gadget Ball, thank you for showing me the weirdness. Uh, I was so dumbfounded by the weird agenda that you're exercising and displaying on my channel. I figured, hey, why not display it to all my viewers and share it? So now everyone's seen it. So hopefully you're happy with that. Yeah, hopefully you're happy with that. Okay, see you later, David Rogers. Thank you very much. What's up, Louisiana Rebel 6? Hey, Prof, missed the live, but we'll watch a replay. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Yes, thank you for all the happy Thanksgivings and for the chats and all this good stuff. I have to pass the psych meds around after that novella. Prof, don't forget to tell everyone that you aren't saying anything more until they send a super chat of 1999. I'm going in YouTube jail. um, God have mercy, dude. Can't make this shit up. Prof, you definitely have a great analogical mind. I don't know if letting the commercial play help. I really don't know how. You got to Google that. Does skipping the ads take money away from the creator, or does letting them play not matter? I don't know what matters. All I know is when it came to the settings, I hit allow ads. All right. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned this, Kayla. All right. This is announcement to Gray Hughes. And I know he has people watching, so they're going to get this to him immediately. Gray Hughes called me a bad actor today in a comment section, and someone forwarded it to me. So, Gray Hughes, Prof is the bad actor here. Okay. Here's my promise to you, Gray. I promise you, I'm taking over your spot in the Delphi murders. This is a promise. And here's how it's going to go. I guarantee you that a year from now, you'll be sitting where I'm sitting, and I'll be sitting where you're sitting. So you'll be the one making 700 a year off of YouTube, and I'll be the one making 70,000 a year off YouTube. So, Gray Hughes, you had your day, you had your cake, you ate it, You gaslit the world. Delphi's over. Let it rest. I'm coming for you, Gray Hughes. And I'm not coming in any way other than I'm taking over these YouTube streets. So all the super chats will be mine, Gray Hughes. Deal with it. 1 year. 1 year. So today's Friday, November 29th. So I'll see you in a year, Gray. And that's a promise. It's a promise. It's not a threat. Ask Frost about Gadget Ball. Yeah. They're probably best buds. Sharon Locke, 50 pounds. Thank you, Sharon Locke. Oh, that's beautiful, Sharon Pock. Sharon Pock. I'm thinking of pubes. Sharon Locke, thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Very nice. Gray pubes. Yes, I'm a. Let's see. He's called me an embarrassment, an idiot, and now a bad actor. So, gray pubes. Question for you. We have reason to believe there's other bad actors involved. How do you explain that one, gray pubes? Good night, all. Hide your wives, hide your children, hide your husbands if you're in Carroll County. Coming for you, gray pubes. Yes. Oh, oh, God. You can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. You can't make this shit up. Is this the world I was born into? We have YouTube and our gray pubes. Oh, what's up, y'all? But you guys, please remember, look down here at the top of the chat. Let me remove this. Right here at the top of the chat where I've pinned this link. Please go to that link when the show ends. After you hit like, go down to that post and leave a comment. I'd love to see that comment section under that post light up for Mabel Nay Gadget Ball. That'd be cute. Thanks, Gadget Ball, for the outline so we could prove just how wrong you are. Hope none of your family members get the Rick Allen treatment. Yeah. And hey, hopefully the investigators for the defense watch tonight and they'll go over there and get your talking points to have everything that needs to be presented. So, yep, that's how we're working. Look, I want to thank also my amazing, beautiful mods, especially my long timers like Kayla and Amy. And also, I can't forget good old Heather Brown come from Rick Snae's channel. And Noe Amos. And what other mods were here tonight? Jaded Empath. Who else I got here? I don't see my little mods. They're all hiding out. But listen, most of the ones of the mods you'll see, the people with wrenches here, for the most part, they've been with me for a year or two, for a long time. Okay. All my mods been here a long time, and I really do appreciate them. You guys don't understand the journey we've been on for 2 years with all the attacks, the harassment, the doxing, the threat, the calling me going after all the drama, the chaos, the confusion, the hate, the emotional damage, the trauma, all of the culture of fear in Delphi, and these mods have stuck by me from the very beginning. And I want to thank them for that, especially Kayla. She never fails me. She's been there from the beginning. Amy, Aaron Town, my hardcore long timers, you just don't even know. I just appreciate you so much. And you've made it a safe place for the chat. Remember all we've been through. And that's made it beautiful now because now that new people come in, they have a nice chat and we have awesome mods. Digital's one. Yeah, digital. See. I don't like calling out because I don't like missing people. But I see Digital's in there. So Digital's one of the long, long, long time mods. So anyway, all my long timers, the chat's as nice as it is because you're here, and just appreciate it so much. Anyway, we're out of here, y'all. It's been a long, long, long one. Okay, 4 hours. We'll be at 4:33. Let's end it at 4:33. 4:33. What does that mean? 4:33. 4 hours, 33 minutes. 4 a.m. and 33 minutes. 4:33. Remember, it was 4:32. We've recently discovered that a little newscaster goes on and she says, "Hey, we're here, and so we got some family out here and some firemen, and at 4:33, what do you know? Click, the phone turns back on." So, with that being said, good night to everyone. I love you. Happy Thanksgiving again, and hey, don't let the bed bugs bite, especially in Delphi. All right, good night, y'all. Enjoy the chat. I'm out. Thanks again to all those super chatters. Thank you so much. That was very nice tonight. First installment of the, we might have made the first installment tonight of the gift that's coming. So good night, y'all.